Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, good morning. My name is Yanni Moutsis. I'm a journalist and news anchor for the Greek public broadcaster, and on behalf of Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would like to welcome you to the second and final day of the inaugural Women Economic Forum here in the beautiful city of Athens. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of engaging in lively discussions, sharing extraordinary insights, and forging connections that will undoubtedly empower us in our respective journeys. The energy and passion in this room are palpable, and it serves as a powerful reminder of the remarkable potential we can unleash when we come together. To kick things off, I would like now to invite our moderator, journalist Konstantinos Deruziotis, to the stage. Mr. Deruziotis.
So, good morning. Welcome to the Women Leading Economic Growth and Sustainable Development Conference. We are excited to bring together visionary leaders and innovators to discuss the pivotal role of women in shaping a sustainable and prosperous future. Let's collaborate, inspire, and drive meaningful change. I would like also to welcome you to today's session on cultural assets and alternative tourism for sustainability. In an era where sustainable development is at the forefront of global discussions, the role of cultural heritage and alternative tourism has never been more important. By leveraging cultural assets such as traditions, history, and unique local practices, we can create alternative tourism models that not only provide economic benefits, but also protect the environment and enhance the cultural integrity of communities. This approach offers a pathway to more responsible and sustainable tourism, fostering a deeper connection between travelers and the destinations that they visit. Together, let's explore how these strategies can contribute to long-term sustainability and enrich both local communities and visitors alike. And now, allow me to introduce the distinguished speakers of our panel. Olga Kefalogianni, Minister of Tourism. We are honored to welcome Olga Kefalogianni, Greece's Minister of Tourism, a dedicated leader in promoting sustainable tourism and enhancing Greece's global tourism profile. With her experience and vision, she has played a pivotal role in shaping the country's tourism policies to foster economic growth and sustainability. Mrs. Tonia Moropoulou, President, International Advisory Committee, WEF Greece, Vice President, and a lot more. She's a distinguished scholar from NTUA, renowned for her work in heritage preservation and sustainable development. She has contributed significantly to the conservation of cultural landmarks, bringing innovative technologies and methods to protect our shared heritage. Mrs. Lee Minaidis, former Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of World Heritage Cities. My friend Lee, with extensive experience in urban development and cultural heritage, she has played a significant role in fostering collaboration between cities to protect and promote their cultural and historical assets in sustainable ways. Mrs. Eleni Maistru, Professor Emeritus at NTUA. She's a distinguished academic from NTUA, specializing in architectural heritage and urban design of Hellenic. Her work emphasizes the integration of cultural values into contemporary urban planning for sustainable development. Mrs. Amalia Androulidakis, Director General for Restoration, Museums and Technical Works at the Hellenic Ministry of Culture. She has been a leading figure in safeguarding Greece's cultural assets and developing policies that ensure that the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage within sustainable frameworks. Konstantinas Vinou, the President of Institute of Tourism Research and Forecasts. Konstantinas joined us as a key voice in tourism research and forecasting. Her expertise in tourism development and sustainability is essential in shaping the future of alternative tourism models that support local economies and the environment. And last but not least, another friend, Emanuela Moussama, Experience and Communication Director at Adonis Moussama SSA, founder of Dyname as Peace Against Violence. We are delighted to have Emanuela Moussama, a successful hotel owner whose approach to hospitality focuses on sustainability and cultural authenticity. Her commitment to eco-friendly practices and promoting local culture sets a high standard for responsible tourism. Please join us to start the session. Just to wait for the ladies to come, the Minister of Tourism, Olga Kefalogianni, makes her statements through a recorded video, so please watch it with great attention as she makes important points on the topic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the organizers for crafting such a comprehensive agenda for this important meeting. I would also like to thank you for this opportunity to share insights on the role of cultural assets and thematic tourism in promoting sustainability. Without a doubt, cultural heritage plays a pivotal role in shaping sustainable tourism models. History, traditions, and modern culture represent the soul of a nation. Tourism offers the opportunity to promote these treasures in a way that nurtures both environmental responsibility and economic growth. At the same time, thematic forms of tourism include activities that resonate with both travelers and local communities. Activities such as ecotourism and agrotourism create opportunities to preserve ecosystems while promoting long-term regional development. Greece has recognized these opportunities and, in response to environmental, social, and economic challenges, has embarked on a new course in tourism development. Our vision at the Ministry of Tourism places emphasis on qualitative growth, sustainability, and resilience. Central to our mission is the protection of our natural and cultural environment alongside the empowerment of local communities. Our strategy focuses on enhancing the traveler's experience through diverse offerings that promote high-value, year-round tourism and encourage off-peak travel. The promotion of thematic forms of tourism and cultural assets is therefore critical to our efforts. To achieve our goals, we invest in infrastructure to support activities such as yachting, mountain hiking, skiing, and wellness tourism. Furthermore, we recently introduced legislation to facilitate investment in segments such as yacht marinas and thermal spa and wellness centers. At the same time, we are placing emphasis on promoting agrotourism, gastronomy, and wine tourism. Additionally, alongside facility upgrades and development, we are launching digital platforms and targeted campaigns to promote all these activities. Finally, our marketing strategy will leverage new and digital tools such as detailed mapping of cultural assets and an information system that will utilize AI technology. We aim to highlight Greece's diverse landscapes and, of course, our vast cultural heritage. From the marvels of ancient Greece and religious monuments to our vibrant traditions, crafts, music, gastronomy, and modern creative expression. We believe that these initiatives will create new opportunities for sustainable growth and will help distribute benefits more evenly across the country. Overall, Greece is committed to making tourism a driver of long-term sustainable development, one that balances economic growth with social and environmental responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, across the globe, travelers increasingly seek authentic experiences and deeper connections with the places they visit. The development of thematic tourism and the promotion of cultural assets allows travelers to immerse themselves in the essence of destinations. It enriches the travel experience while supporting the preservation of local traditions and natural environments. Centered on authenticity and community engagement, this approach sets the foundation for tourism that fosters positive change. It paves a path of qualitative growth that honors our past and safeguards our future. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the insightful conclusions that will surely emerge from this important gathering.
So we will start. First of all, we start with the speeches of our speakers. After this, we will do some questions. And last but not least, you can ask our distinguished guest speakers for any point that you want. So, from the left, Mrs. Moropoulou, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deriziotis. It is a great opportunity to be here and discuss the issue of planning alternative tourism on the revealing and reuse of cultural and environmental assets to address the challenges of over-tourism and climate crisis. This is indeed a challenge that has to be addressed simultaneously. In a recent discussion at the Association of Touristic Enterprises, Greek Prime Minister highlighted the need to reimagine the spectra of touristic activities in order not to seize the tourism current where over-tourism phenomena occur, but to change the direction of it. That means to extend the touristic period. That means to insert new touristic activities, and this is bringing on the table the exploitation of cultural and environmental assets. And of course, this is the direction to reshape the touristic model. To reshape it means not to assess it qualitatively and quantitatively with parameters like square meters per hotel room or per common use spaces. But to use other parameters, which are measuring the decarbonation performance, for instance, today in the heart of the climate crisis. And that means to use as criteria innovative, environmental, less energy-consuming design, and, of course, new services. New services that will include, apart from the conventional ones, that will include new cultural and environmental routes based on the revealing of the local resources. In that case, the carrying capacity of local environments, which is actually on the table for 40 years now, wouldn't be an obstacle for extending and for augmenting the tourism current, because the new touristic model would be compatible with the local resources, wouldn't violate them, so wouldn't violate the carrying capacity of an area. And especially today, that we are discussing in our country the specific special planning framework for tourism, it has to be compatible with the local and regional characteristics, the features that will ensure the compatibility with the underlying and overlying layers, because special planning is important, is the framework to implement touristic policies. However, there are critical restrictions, even though if we are compatible with the local level. There are critical restrictions concerning vital resources like water, or critical management issues concerning sewage or solid disposals, which are requiring the application of innovations in order to perform with biosafety and in the spirit of circular economy. In this direction, I would like very quickly to proceed showing through the AI program we performed concerning a methodology, a joint methodology between digital transformation, green and blue transition, and social participation, NTUA, Technical Chamber of Greece, Research and Technology Foundation, the RIT, Research Institute for Tourism and Forecast, Consortis and Telesto, concerning small Aegean islands and bigger ones, Kassos, Simi, Chalki, Castellorizo, Chios, Evia, Mani, Etoloakarnania, that means mainland as well, in order to work this alternative planning on the level of remote areas. Remote areas per the OECD terms concern areas that have to attract external economies in order to be developed. In our case, the attraction to new poles by revealing new touristic poles, by revealing the cultural and environmental assets will attract external economies and will sell them as well. The documentation with modeling methodology concerning extensive research for databases of the cultural and heritage resources and integrated ones, including dimensions like the state of preservation, protection framework, and others, are showing for the cases we examined that we actually have in different types of regions and heritage, we have the density and dispersion of local resources that can justify sustainable development. That means, yes, we can. How? With smart planning in order to have low cost and social participation in order to have social cohesion and viability. That means new tourism will apply today by adjoining tangible and intangible heritage and environment, a concept of sustainability that was established on international organizations 40 years ago, but it is now under the terms of this acute crisis that is coming to realization. Development proposals include cultural routes, which perform towards agritourism gastronomy. That means to rehabilitate major agrotourism structures, to enrich, modernize, and revive existing infrastructures, to accomplish them with environmental protection works which, especially for the islands, are not ensured, to apply new tools and innovations, especially concerning renewable energy resources, like with the GR Eco Islands initiative here in Chalki Island, to accomplish the already existing plan of sustainability, which was applied 40 years ago. It was the Prime Minister to inaugurate it. And finally, to internationalize this effort with networks of research and university collaborations, which would take us to a hub of an open lab of international cooperation for local sustainable development. This might have antennas in all around Greece, for instance. Of course, I presented this to the Europarlament and to UNESCO, and the European Competence Center for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage is open to these ideas. But the implementation tools in Greece are political consensus. Here in the Parliament, all the political parties were in agreement with this proposal. It requires cooperation between governmental bodies, which has to be in progress. It's not ensured yet. And, of course, information and coordination with local communities, which is a major requirement. That could lead to very concrete works at the level of each ministry. We have defined these proposals. I won't come to them. In a way that new tourism products, which we could use through a QR code on these maps we performed, could give open access to any interested visitor to use this information we gathered. And of course, on an environment of web GIS, they might be, and we elaborated this as well in integrated information systems, this might be a great technical tool for implementation. The platforms we developed to give information on financing tools is now at the hands of local administration of the islands and the mainland localities. And of course, you might visit the site of AE and have an experience of its going on activity, which has been assessed, and this is interesting, and with that I will finish my intervention. It's interesting that we assessed and evaluated the socioeconomic impact of this plan. For each 1 million of euros it is invested through any application on local level, there is reproduced, regenerated 0.7 million on local level and 1.3 on regional and national level. There are developed 20 new jobs positions on local level and more than 30 on regional and national level. That means all this work we have published and discussed on national and international levels might work. And the way forward to the COP26, which is coming, is to address climate change impacts on cultural and natural heritage exploitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou. And now, Mrs. Minaidi, you have the floor.
I can be heard. Good. All right. Technology often does weird things. But anyway, here we are. Good morning from me. And my thanks first to my dear, dear friend Tonya, who always invites me to take part in these. And of course, I do reciprocate. I often entangle her in some of my initiatives. At any rate, to begin, it is generally recognized that cultural heritage provides an identifying element of a city or a region, setting it apart from other places and thus contributing to its distinctiveness and counteracting the tendency toward uniformity so prevalent in this modern world. When cultural heritage is believed to be so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for present and future generations of all humanity, it is said to possess outstanding universal value. And that is the hallmark of World Heritage as defined by the 1972 UNESCO Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. Excuse me 1 minute. It's not only technology that fails us. So, inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List is a coveted distinction. The status can serve as an incentive to preserve historic monuments, to develop new economic activities, or revive traditional arts and crafts, thus creating jobs and revenue, as well as to instill pride in the city's inhabitants for their cultural heritage. Moreover, throughout the world, cultural heritage has been gaining, as we have seen, in importance as a means of promoting a tourist destination. However, with World Heritage status come obligations, many of which rest with the cities where these historic centers or sites are located. The recognition of these responsibilities led to the founding of the Organization of World Heritage Cities in 1993. With its General Secretariat in Quebec, Canada, and 5 regional secretariats worldwide, the OWHC brings together World Heritage cities from around the globe, promoting their cooperation and exchange of information and expertise on matters of conservation and management. With the participation of the mayors of the cities and other elected officials, as well as site managers of the member cities, the OWHC's mission is to make a relevant and constructive contribution for the holistic, sustainable development of its members. In many of our meetings, we have focused on heritage and tourism and the shared responsibilities of local communities and visitors. Discussions have centered on the need to preserve the local character of our historic cities, to limit gentrification, to instill respect for heritage by the local residents and visitors, as well as to mitigate the impact of cruise tourism in our coastal member cities. As a continuation of that conversation, our World Congress held last month in Cordoba, Spain, focused on the habitability in historic centers. One aspect being the need to alleviate the pressure of tourism in the historic centers while still promoting heritage as an essential resource for sustainable development. Tourism is not the enemy, but it can give rise to imbalances. Real estate pressure can lead to cities without citizens. Poor management of tourist flow can lead to unhappy residents. And when citizens are unhappy, it can very often affect a visitor's experience. Barcelona comes to mind. In Cordoba, the mayor of Dubrovnik, one of our more dynamic members, presented various measures and actions his city adopted to safeguard its quality of life. These include limiting disembarking cruise ship passengers to 4,000 per day, issuing pre-booked visitors' time slots, designating traffic control zones, reducing street clutter, capping the number of tables and chairs in public spaces, the approval of 80% of residents in apartment complexes for the establishment of Airbnb rentals. Many of these measures might seem modest or even mundane, but are essential to making the historic cities livable for the local population, as well as providing a positive experience for visitors. As the cradles of our cities, historic districts have formed their identities. However, as a living entity, the historic city must continually adapt to remain the foundation for the future development of the entire urban area. It is imperative that its evolution in the modern world respect the notion that the city must maintain its livability, habitability, as we say, but also that the city's heritage is an irreplaceable resource for ensuring a good quality of life for all. Interventions in these areas must preserve the integrity and authenticity of the place, and at the same time revitalize the functions that coexist within the historic districts, and in some cases to reinvent their functionality. In my hometown, Rhodes, here in Greece, comprehensive interventions have been and continue to be made on many monumental complexes in the medieval town, a World Heritage City, which have assumed new roles, having a primarily social function and integrating them into the life of modern Rhodes. Thus, unique historic sites are now available to host events, meetings, festivals, and exhibitions, and educational programs which provide the people of Rhodes, as well as visitors, high-quality experience. High-quality experiences. Through this plan of action, the medieval town has brought back into the mainstream of Rhodian life, offering spectacular venues for a variety of events, as well as becoming the springboard of cultural tourism. However, we must be vigilant in ensuring that the medieval town remains a living city. In closing, I would like to share with you an analogy of the elements of heritage as presented by the city of Bruges, Belgium, at our Cordoba symposium. They posited that one could think of our tangible heritage our built heritage, as the entity, the body. And then the intangible heritage, our traditions, rituals, even gastronomy, could be considered its soul. And the third element, the communities as its spirit. These three components of cultural heritage are indivisible, each complementing the others, and together creating the environment in which local communities can thrive and visitors can fully experience and appreciate the culture of their hosts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Minaidi. And now Mrs. Eleni Maestru at the floor.
My presentation? Can we find it?
Το ενεργοποιεί κάποιος τεχνικός.
Μπορείτε να ανεβάσετε
την παρουσίαση.
Την παρουσίαση της κυρίας Μαΐστρου. Δεν είναι καν touchscreen.
Την έχω στείλει και με ευχαρίστησαν κιόλας.
Λέτε στο Δημήτρη τον Ψάρη να έρθει, να πάρει το φλασάκι. Sorry.
I've sent it. Την έχω στείλει.
Έπαθε COVID.
Φαίνεται ποια είναι. Φαίνεται. Well, I can begin, so we will not lose the time. I think that the subject of the panel that Professor Moropoulou proposed to us says everything. We need cultural assets. Sorry. Cultural assets, as she writes, for the subject of the panel, and alternative tourism offer unique opportunities to promote sustainability while preserving heritage and foster local economies. The previous one, please, to begin. No, that's okay, that's okay. Well, let us see what is happening now with the tourism in Greece and how can we adapt it to have a tourism sustainable. First of all, cultural assets include the natural and the cultural environment, of course, and we have cultural assets that are landscapes, historical towns, traditional villages, archaeological sites, historical buildings and monuments, as well as exceptional landscapes, biodiversity, and traditional cultural practices. Of course, Greece disposes many very interesting and of high value cultural assets. Now, can we go back? Well, now, the case of Greece. Το κέντρο. Thank you. Greece, as I said before, disposes places of great tangible and intangible cultural wealth. Seaside and rural traditional villages, as well historical towns that attract visitors from all around the world. But sometimes, especially on the islands villages, tourism exceeds their carrying capacity, and at the same time, mountain villages are abandoned. In the first case, the cultural assets are not perceived, as we have much tourism, And in the second case, the cultural assets are gradually destroyed due to the abandonment of the villages and to the lack of financial resources. This is what Mrs. Moropoulou with her program tried to envisage. Because, you know, if we look at this, all these people on Ia Santorini, they see just the sun and the sea. They cannot understand, they cannot realize, they cannot feel the cultural assets of this exceptional island. So we realize the phenomenon of over-tourism, as we say, that is characterized by congestion and degradation of tangible and intangible heritage and cultural assets. Let me share with you what the ICOMOS, that is the International Council of Monuments and Sites, and it is an advisory body of the World Heritage Committee. Let me share with you what the International Charter for Cultural Heritage Tourism says. The use of heritage in the economic growth-based strategies of the tourism industry has often failed to deliver equitable benefit share. The intensive commercialization and overuse of local culture and heritage has resulted in negative impacts across the destinations. It has also provoked restrictions on rights of access to the destinations and enjoyment of cultural heritage by local people, but also by visitors. They cannot enjoy the cultural heritage. So there is a need and opportunity to recalibrate the economic growth-based approach to tourism, recognizing and mitigating its unsustainable aspects. Mykonos and Santorini is one of the destinations that is called, that it's characterized by what we say over-tourism. And over-tourism, of course, can be adapted, can be prolonged in the year, can be prolonged to many other places, but at this time, they don't do that. Therefore, the ICOMOS says, any cultural tourism strategy must accept that cultural heritage protection, social responsibility, and sustainability are not merely options, but necessary commitments, and in fact, a competitiveness asset. So this is not my words, these are the words of the International Charter for Cultural Tourism. Now, what the Charter proposes? It proposes a responsible and diversified cultural tourism development and management, contributing to cultural heritage preservation, community empowerment. This is very, very important. Social resilience and well-being. We are very much interested about people living in these places, and the healthy environment. And they propose some principles. Place cultural heritage protection at the center of responsible cultural tourism planning and management. Unfortunately, this does not exist. Manage tourism at cultural heritage places through management plans, informed by monitoring. I have never seen monitoring, carrying capacity, not yet, and other planning instruments. Enhance public awareness and visitor experience through sensitive interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage, what Professor Moropoulou proposed. Reinforce the access of communities and traditional owners in participatory governance of the cultural and natural heritage commons used in tourism. It is very important that people and the local communities have an idea, have a proposal about what happens in their place. Raising awareness and reinforce cooperation for cultural heritage conservation among all stakeholders involved in tourism. They also must agree. They also must be with the owners and with the communities. And integrate climate action and sustainability measures in the management of cultural tourism and cultural heritage. And finally, Hellenic Society of Environment and Culture, where I am involved this time, initiated an awareness campaign since 2013 regarding the carrying capacity of each island. Our aim is to engage civil society, local government, and the state to protect the natural and cultural environments, maintain social cohesion, and promote the economic well-being of local communities through sustainable practice. Sorry. Back? How go back? Yes. This is the last slide where I see that we really try how to do that, how to inform civil society, local government, and the state, how we can persuade them how to manage with the tourism so that it will be sustainable and not disturb the social life and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, please, Mrs. Amalia Androulidaki, you have the floor.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Good day to everybody. Well, we've heard most of the subjects that I wanted to refer to, and I knew about that. So my speech is going to be about the philosophy and what we do, what we think and what we do at the Ministry of Culture. There's not a lot of photographs. There were too many to put in 5 minutes. So I want your attention on me, and then we will analyze the strategic aims. So there are, as we have already seen, there are very few countries, such as Greece, whereas the history and built heritage is so rich and evident, making the relationship with the needs of economic development and the needs of modern society difficult, in many cases problematic, and most of all challenging. Heritage is a strategic factor enabling opportunities for productive and beneficial development that derives from the coexistent or symbiosis with the challenges of today. The heritage concept very often is nothing more, as we have already seen, than a marketing image. To some, it's just a mask for global commodification. We use scientific and technological resources to serve the goals of conservation and proper management of built heritage, cultural heritage. But we do that also to preserve the meaning. This is something that has been added the last years at the Ministry of Culture. The meaning, the embedded memory, the authentic information. And I insist on authentic because it's a Greek idea that has been implanted into the Charter of Venice, authenticity. It is also a social value. So we identify the ethical values, the social customs, the beliefs or myths of which physical heritage, as Mrs. Minady said, is just a sign. It's the expression of people in time and space. The country's residents, our country's residents and visitors, whether autochthonous, if I may use the word, immigrants or tourists, are nowadays members of several cultural communities whose interactions literally take place in the urban or rural area of the historic cities and settlements, and with their actions, events, rituals, they attribute intense existential character to them. It's not just our heritage. The experiences and memories of the past, the links and relationships of the present, combined with the intentions and expectations of the future, are linked and emerge within these areas, thus acquiring a new cultural and ontological significance for communities and visitors that experience living, and I prefer to say being, there. The distinctive landmarks, whether natural, like hills and mountains, or man-made, historic buildings and monuments, are the elements that create what we call the cultural landscape. and identify the special character, highlight the uniqueness of the identity of a place. Ultimately, they determine to a large extent the genius loci, or genius loci, as some people say it, the spirit and the charm of the place. We consider cultural heritage and landscape as a field of dynamic identification, development, and wealth, placing society at the center. I liked very much what you said about the three parts. Yes, it's great. The maintenance of cultural landscape means all requirements of sustainability in social, economic, and environmental areas. For the safeguarding and maintenance of cultural environment, the state, our state, has an obligation to take preventive and repressive measures. And the Ministry of Culture does that. I'm not sure that everybody else does that. Particularly in the context and the principle of sustainability. The obligation raises a very interesting question on the symbiosis, as I said before, of sustainable development, economic development, and the protection and sustainability of the cultural environment. So, of course, restoration, promotion, and accessibility of monuments and archaeological sites are our primary objectives. The restoration and heritage projects are implemented by raising funds from European structural and investment funds, resilience and recovery funds, and other international funding programs. For instance, in Athens, and I'll tell you what the difference makes to have all these investments in cultural projects. Over the last years, more than 100 projects run in Athens, and more than 120 million euros have been invested in maintenance and accessibility to heritage buildings and sites. And you see the result. Athens has become from an intermediate stop where people just stopped for one day to go to the islands, it has become a destination. Now, over 800 projects, 840, are running now all over Greece, concerning restoration, building new, or upgrading existing museums everywhere. Even in remote islands, you can, yes, where is it? Okay. Concerning restoration, building new or upgrading existing museums everywhere, even in the most remote islands, and promoting cultural activities and enterprises. We have over 200 museums in Greece, apart from the private ones. According to research on evaluation of socio-economic impact of the cultural projects published in 2024, you've mentioned something about that, but I have a better figure. Funds invested in cultural heritage have a return with a multiplier of 3.7. And there was another research and had the same results in 2014. 10 years after, we have, I think it was 3.4 then, it's 3.7 now. It has been found that innovative business ventures and small cultural spaces with remarkable cultural and intellectual activity created by young people thrive in and around the restored buildings and the archaeological areas, making the best of gentrification paradigms. We cannot avoid gentrification, but we can make the best of it. So our efforts focus. These are the aims. I'm not going to go through that because I will exceed the 5 minutes I'm entitled to have. But it's more or less what other people have already, other speakers have already mentioned. Next one. Users is also quite important for us, how we plan and what use we give to these historic buildings and in the area. And our efforts focus to create the conditions for accessibility and understanding heritage. Encourage visitors and residents to regenerate the embedded memory of the place and to generate an enhanced experience of the cultural environment. Adapt compatible uses and pursue interventions that promote dwelling, whether for a short time or a long time, but dwelling. We believe that cultural tourism is the most profitable and beneficial kind of tourism, inspiring dwellers and visitors to experience being, not seeing, and generate feelings of replenishing or recalling with the Platonic meaning of the word, and not just memories from photographs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Androulidaki. And now I ask Ms. Konstantina Svinou to make the speech.
Thank you, Mr. Delisiotis. My presentation, okay. Okay, please let me first introduce ourselves. We are the Research Institute for Tourism, a non-profitable organization with main objective the study of the tourism sector in Greece and in other competitive countries. Our basic partner is the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels, and the main activity of the Research Institute for Tourism is to conduct scientific studies and researches, especially about the hotel sector. Today, I'm going to give you some facts that come out of researches that we have done recently and have to do with the way that the hotels are being adjusted or reformed to meet sustainable operation. In order to understand the facts that we are going to see, you have to have a clue of what the Greek hotels are. Here, the Greek hotel sector is an industry that has a dominant position in the wider tourism sector. We count about 10,000 hotels, a little more than 10,000 hotels in Greece. When it comes to hotel beds, it's about 887,000 hotel beds. The hotel units, most of them, the majority of them, belongs to the low-class hotels, 1, 2, or 3 stars, and also 79% of the hotels are small hotels, up to 50 rooms, so that you can understand that it's harder for small businesses to apply all those that are needed for a sustainable operation. About the operation of the hotels, the 40% of the hotels are all year around open, and they are divided. 50% of hotels are located in the mainland, and the other 50 are in the islands. Oops. Sorry about that. I have to get used to the left and the right. Now let's start about the actions that the hotel have forwarded to. When we talk about the sustainable tourism, it's in the hotel sector. We refer to a combination of environment, of culture, of economy, and of social aspects. A hotel has to operate without harming the environment, which means that there are serious actions to be taken in minimizing the carbon footprint. Also, a hotel has to operate by promoting local culture, by promoting the local economy, and basically taking care of the social aspects. And let me emphasize to the thing that also the other speakers mentioned, is that we can create a successful tourism product only when we have happy citizens living in the destination. I would like you also to have a clue of the investments that are taking place in the hotel sector. The turnover in the hotel sector for 2023 was 10.6 billion euros. Yearly, there is an average amount of 1 billion euros that is invested in repairs, in renovation, and in maintenance. Among those, the 13.3% regards expenditures for sustainability actions. This was, on 2022, 17.7%. Let's see how many hotels. We can see now that the hotels proceed to implement actions that contribute to environmental protection, 40% of the hotels. The 29th of the hotels proceed to actions in highlighting and preserving the cultural heritage of the region that they're located in. And also, they proceed in the conservation of ecosystem and biodiversity. What about training? Because you know that everything is being provided to our guests by our staff. So a business, and especially hotel business, cannot achieve a sustainable operation without having the staff trained. So now, over here in this slide, you can see how many hotels proceed in training and education and awareness programs for their employees. On recycling, almost half of the hotels proceed in training programs. On water management, on energy management, on local culture and tradition, and ecology, biodiversity. We can see the latest 3 years that the hotels proceed also to adjust their design according to the special needs of the sustainability. So the renovation and the extensions of the hotel, about 50%, about half of the hotels, follows the special local character with respect to the history, to the tradition, and the people. Also, hotels proceed to harmonize with the natural landscape and to incorporate sustainable architectural traits. In this slide, we can see this also important thing that we may have trained our staff, and as hoteliers, we are trained, but we have also to train our guests, because they have to be a part of our sustainability program in the operation of the hotel. So now the hotels proceed to inform the guests about the actions to minimize the carbon footprint during their vacation. And also, 1 out of 4 hotels proceed to implement corporate social responsibility actions related to the environment and the local community the last 3 years. Let's see about the social aspect of sustainability of Greek hotels. For me, this slide is the most important one, because you can see how the hotels, how the operation of the Greek hotels support the local market and the local community. Especially from the first diagram, you can see that the 88% of the total expenditure of the hotels regarding the purchase of food and beverage products regard Greek products. And among those 88%, the 36% regards products locally produced in the region that the hotel is located. And the rest, 52%, it regards general Greek products. 9 out of 10 hotels employ personnel from the local labor market, of course, if we can find persons to work in the hotel sector. And the 93% of the hotels use services from the local labor market. And of course, I have to refer to the initiative of the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels about the Greek breakfast. This is the only program that immediately connects the hotel sector with the primary sector. And many hotels have adapted this program, and they are being adjusted, the breakfast of the hotels is being adjusted as serving local products and local recipes. I hope you have found all those clues interesting. In case that you need to emphasize in any of the numbers that I have presented, you can always get in touch with the Research Institute for Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Svinou, and of course, we can't have happy tourists if we don't have happy citizens. And now, Mrs. Emanuela Moussama, it's your turn.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on a topic reshaping the hospitality industry. Can you hear me better now? Good. Okay. I will speak in my capacity as a hotelier and also an experience and communication director, so I will translate the experiences and the expectations of our guests. And I will also expand some of the points that Mrs. Svinou made on hoteliers' perspective. In recent years, we have seen that growing influence of eco-consciousness across every sector, and tourism is no exception. Sustainability is no longer a niche movement. It has become a mainstream expectation, driven by consumer preferences and global awareness for the environmental impacts of travel. Recent research has shown from the 2024 Sustainable Travel Report involving 31,000 travelers from 34 countries shows that 83% of travelers say sustainable travel is important to them, with 75% wanting to travel more sustainably next year. However, this report highlights challenges. While nearly half see sustainable travel as important, only 45% prioritize it when booking trips. The gap between intention and action reveals an opportunity for us hoteliers to step up and make sustainability central to the travel experience. Another study highlights the frustration travelers face when making sustainable choices. 33% feel their individual actions won't make a difference. This sense of powerlessness presents an opportunity for hotels to lead, with 43% of travelers believing that the hospitality industry holds the key to addressing environmental challenges. Hotels have to adopt and clearly communicate eco-friendly solutions that can bridge the gap between action and intention. Implementing sustainable practices isn't just a moral imperative, but it's also a competitive advantage, making sustainable choices easy and appealing for guests. As climate change continues to impact our lives, more frequent natural disaster and extreme weather may disrupt travel, but also strengthen travelers' commitment to sustainability. Therefore, climate-related disasters become more common, and this eco-consciousness is expected to accelerate, driving more consumers towards sustainable options. The Sustainable Consumer 2023 survey shows that 1 in 2 consumers globally are increasingly concerned about climate change, with many shifting their purchasing habits toward ethical and sustainable choices. For hotels, turning sustainability offers several key benefits. Meeting consumer demand. There is a growing segment of travelers, especially among Gen Z and millennials, seeking accommodations that share their values. According to MMGY Global, 45% of travelers say they are more likely to book a hotel labeled as sustainable. Brand differentiation. 67% of travelers inspired by sustainable practices while traveling are more likely to share their positive experience and become repeat customers. Operational savings. Sustainability also improves efficiency. Hotels investing in energy-efficient technologies, water-saving system, and waste reduction can significantly reduce operational costs. And of course, Number 4, I didn't add a lot of text, so you could listen to me. So regulatory readiness, as governments worldwide enforce stricter climate regulations, hotels adopting sustainable practices now will be better positioned to meet future compliance requirements. And of course, as you all mentioned, enhanced guest experience. Sustainable travel is about more than minimizing environmental impact. It's about creating richer, more authentic experiences for guests. Research shows 96% of travelers engaging in sustainable activities, such as taking local course, shopping at independent stores, or using public transportation, feel these choices enhance their overall travel experience. Hotels and cities promoting local culture, eco-friendly activities, or supporting community-based initiatives contribute to a more memorable guest experience. Large chains like IHG, in which we are part of, are setting a standard for sustainability. IHG's 2030 sustainability commitment includes 46% reduction in carbon emissions and a focus on zero-carbon new-built hotels, among other things. What do guests expect from us? So it's clear communication. Rather than overwhelming them with data, hotels should focus on tangible benefits of sustainable choices. And additionally, there is a growing call for standardization in sustainability certifications. 67% of travelers agree that having a consistent standards across booking platforms would make it easier for them to identify and trust sustainable options. In conclusion, sustainability is no longer just a trend. It's a vital shift that benefits both hotels and travelers. As more people seek responsible travel, hotels that embrace sustainability will attract eco-conscious guests, reduce costs, and strengthen their position as leaders. The time to act is now. Making sustainability a core strategy ensures a better future for the planet and long-term success in a competitive market. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Emanuela. And now we have some questions for our speakers. I start from Professor Moropoulou. Women, tourism, sustainability, but also not to forget the aims of the Women Economic Forum, networking and professional development. Is tourism as a sector, a privileged sector for women's activity and development?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Deriziotis. It seems that it is. And this is obvious from this panel, I believe, because even though if we didn't have any prior discussion on how to harmonize our issues, our presentations were actually the one by the other, highlighting several issues that which were part of the holistic approach. And the holistic approach was articulated from each one of us. That means within tourism, culture, environment, sustainability, there is right now a change progressing, which is developing what we call circular economy. And this is the circle which is bringing us all together to network and to co-create and co-produce. So it is actually a very prominent sphere of activities tourism and culture to go on for sustainability. And women are in the center. I should say that because when we were planning this program of WEF, I noticed that greening the maritime industry and ships, alternative tourism for cultural and environmental engagement, as well as digital and green transition, are very general fields. The important is that women are at the epicenter of these general transitions, which are very important to take the world to a future progress which is addressing not only climate change, is addressing poverty, is addressing social instead of well-being, not well-being, which is a crisis of today. So we are going to the future together, and women are in the epicenter.
Thank you, Professor Mavropoulou. Mrs. Minaidi, do you think that tourists respect the culture and the values of our country, or do they see Greece and its islands as a consumer product for entertainment, holidays, and nothing more? What are your experiences from Rhodes, where you have been doing great work for many, many years now?
Yes, for many years, Costa. Anyway, well, that question can lead to a general, one really can't generalize. Of course, there are, in the islands, as you've mentioned, there are some islands that are party islands, okay? But others that are steeped in history and have a lot of cultural heritage to offer visitors. My husband is a hotelier, so I often have the opportunity to meet our guests. And actually, I have met one or two couples who have been coming for years and years and had never been to the medieval town. So, of course, I invited them for coffee, and we went to the medieval town so that they could see the World Heritage City of Rhodes. But if we look at statistics, which I recently had the opportunity to see, for example, the revenues from the archaeological sites, the Acropolis of Lindos, for those who don't know, Lindos is in the south of the island. It was one of the 3 ancient cities before those cities founded the city of Rhodes in 408 BC. At any rate, the Acropolis of Lindos, the revenues are second only to the Acropolis in Athens. And actually, the Acropolis of Lindos is older than, than the Acropolis of Athens. That's just an aside and a joke. Also, the revenues from the Palace of the Grand Master of the Knights of Rhodes and of Malta, and the museum, the collection of which is housed in the hospital of the Knights, because the Order of St. John were Knights hospitalers who became a military order. At any rate, those revenues as well are quite high. So if we look at this, it is indicative that visitors do come to Rhodes for the culture. And of course, there are various sites. I could, of course, talk about roads forever, but at any rate, I do believe that the majority of people who do come will, at some point, visit an archaeological or a cultural site. And another thing that is rather interesting, lately especially, because there's been a lot of promoting of the medieval city and the island of the knights and all of this. And many, especially Europeans, find it interesting because when you think of it, it was one of the first, if the first effort of a united Europe, shall we say, a cooperation, because the knights, of course, were from many of the countries, and some were not yet countries in Europe. At any rate, to answer your question, I could have just said yes, but there you are.
Thank you very much, dearly.
I could talk about thematic tourism, but that's all right.
Professor Maestro, the country's infrastructure admittedly inadequate for the tourists that Greece hosted every year. Do you agree with this statement? And if so, what should be done? Can infrastructure upgrading be done while respecting our cultural and architectural heritage?
Well, to answer to your question, I will say first that the infrastructure of each place must cover, first of all, the requirements of the local population, as well as its future development, first, and then, of course, serve the visitors. Now, I think that it is not financially beneficial to increase the infrastructure of an island for only 2 months of the year. And another point is to open new roads for hotels outside the boundaries of settlements, the enlargement of the ports to accommodate cruise ships, and of course the desailing to have water from the sea, that it is very expensive and very energy consuming. I don't know if the money available will be compensated with a corresponding final profit. Because all the above infrastructure consumes significant energy resources. And the two of them, new roads, and sometimes we have hotels in Natura areas. And the enlargement of the ports, of course, have negative impacts on the cultural landscape. And what is very interesting, as we heard before, and I also know that some hotels use traditional agricultural, traditional foods for their client. This is very important because if it does not exist, we have the loss of important traditional activities. Resuming, I think that we must be very, very careful about the new infrastructure just for hotels. Every infrastructure should be done for people also. And I think that it is very important, very, very important that we have hotels that have a sustainable function. But if these hotels have made harm to the environment with new roads, with the excavation, etc., etc. Because unfortunately, we have many good examples of tourist accommodation hotels, and at the same time, we have many bad examples that destroy the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director General Androulidakis, Greece is known for its authentic experiences, its gastronomy, and the hospitality it offers. These are complemented by its cultural heritage, values, and cultures presented through its museums and archaeological sites. Are our archaeological sites and museums at the point where they should be to showcase our important cultural heritage?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, let's see the numbers first. We have the privilege of safeguarding over 600 archaeological sites, 400 historical cities and settlements, and 22,000 monuments from all periods, and also more than 200 museums. As I have already mentioned, we are already running 840 projects. The aim is not only to preserve and enhance sites and monuments, but mainly to make heritage and culture accessible physically and intellectually to all. So millions of euros are invested to create sufficient and sustainable infrastructure, and we employ digital technologies and AI to elevate the experience of visitors. Now, as has already been said, the archaeological sites and museums, like in Rhodes, are ideal for open-air venues. We have music performances, we have theater, we have gastronomic festivals. There is one held tomorrow at Mistras, gastronomical festivals. And they can also be used as playfields for children of all ages, meaning not just the educational programs, but also the fantasy that the adults and the young people employ when they visit these areas. We try to elevate this experience. So there is also another reason for warranting accessibility for all. And for this purpose, we collaborate with the National Union of Disabled People. We are right now running a project with a cost of 450,000 euros to monitor, because somebody said we never monitor, to monitor the infrastructure, the ways of accessibility, and the quality of accessibility to start with the UNESCO sites. So we do that in collaboration with the Union of Disabled People. So, and as you know, soon, apart from the Acropolis, the Byzantine Castle of Mistras, the Upper Town, the citadel of Monemvasia of the Upper Town, and the Dicteon Adron, the cave of Zeus in Greece, will be accessible by specially designed lifts to visit, of course, the recently also restored monuments and sites. So I think we have reached the point where we have opposition into that. You know about the opposition on the lift, trying to improve the experience, but of course, before improving the experience, we are restoring and we are unveiling some, by excavation and unveiling some of the sites and the monuments we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Vinu, do you think there is a real shift towards quality alternative tourism? And if so, in which regions, islands, etc., do such activities exist? Do you see such a shift in tourism supply in the studies that you carry out at AHEPA?
Well, there is definitely a noticeable shift towards the quality alternative tourism. We can see that also from two sides. One, it's from the point of view of travelers that seek for authenticity and for authentic, sustainable experiences. Emanuela emphasized in that in her presentation. And on the other side, on the part of the hotels, it's the clues that I have mentioned in my presentation. When you see that the hotels are investing in order to be adjusted to the sustainable operation, then it's clear that there is a shift towards sustainable, towards quality tourism in general, because quality tourism has many meanings. About the examples, in Greece, we have plenty of examples. And let me begin with, because I come from Kos. Kos is located in Dodecanese. And Dodecanese is a part of the South Aegean region. So let me begin with some small islands that have been completely transformed to sustainable destinations. So in Dodecanese, we have the island of HAWCT. HAWCT is the first GR eco island which has managed to produce its own energy. It's the first zero carbon footprint island in the whole world. So this has made HAWCT a worldwide known island, and especially with the local authorities that have been applying a successful promotion of the destination. This has led up to a raise of 500% of visitors of HAWCT. It's a very successful story. Tilos Island. Tilos follows HAWCT. It's the first.
HAWCT follows Tilos, but never.
She loves Tilos more, I think.
No, Tilos was first.
Tilos is the first, yes, but it's in a different point. Tilos is the first zero waste island, 87% recycling, 13% composting. So also Tilos, by investing in the destination, by being a GR Eco island, is one worldwide known island. And both HAWCT and Tilos, the municipality is traveling around the world in order to explain the methods that they used. Astipala follows. Astipala is also a smart island, the first example of electric mobility. There is an application over there. Only electric cars are in Astipala, and an application where the visitor can call, and an electric car will come and drive him wherever he wants. Beside of the GR Eco Islands, let me refer to Patmos. Patmos is well known for the monasteries, so it attracts visitors that, beside of religion, they are spiritual tourism patterns, but unfortunately almost 3 months of full operation. But in those 3 months, it's almost 100% occupancy in Patmos Island. Naxos. Naxos is famous for the agricultural heritage and also for gastronomy. Also, I have to refer to sports tourism. Besides the advantages of the islands, sports tourism. We have the best example in Athens Marathon. Over 70,000 athletes that are participating, and within 5 days, 45 million revenues for 5 days. So we can see how sport tourism can give us even more added value to the tourism product that we have. A smaller example is the Rhodes Marathon, with 4,000 participants from 69 countries. And let me... Spartathlon, ski mountaineering. It's plenty of sport facts that help the destinations to improve in tourism. And I will close with another example that is taking place in Kos. It just happens to taking place in Kos, which regards culture. From the 31st of October until the 9th of November, it's the festival of theater groups among all Aegean islands, and it's taking place in the Kos Island. Almost 500 amateur actors are coming to the island, and they are offering daily performances around the island. This has led to many tourism businesses to extend their operation for at least 10 days. Also, this is an example of how cultural events can cause the extension of the season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vinu. I want to underline that Mrs. Vinu is also an elected member of the topical government of Dodecanese, or regional, province, regional. I don't know if
the prefect of Kosenisi Rosario.
It's Perfect. It's a prefecture of South Aegean, and Mrs. Vinu is the responsible for the island of Kos, so she knows very well all these things. Mrs. Moussama, a big issue is the female contribution to the hotel business, as women are now claiming and holding positions of power. Do you think this helps tourism and sustainability? Do you think that women make better management of staff and hotels in general? How important is the sustainability factor in the hotels?
So, thank you for the question, because now I can speak with my capacity of member of the European Women's Lobby and the working group of the Feminist Economics Group. So, first of all, I totally concur with what Mrs. Moropoulou said about women in the hotel industry. Study after study, we see that that companies that are more gender diverse perform better. So a recent study from McKinsey says that 21% there's higher profitability compared to less diverse ones, which really highlights the business case for promoting diversity, not in just the hotel business, across the board. According to the ILO, women make up about 55.5% of the global force in hospitality, catering, and tourism. And in some regions, that number is above 70%. However, despite the numbers, women are still underrepresented in leadership position. So in tourism specifically, women leaders are making a big difference when it comes to sustainability. Studies suggest that female leaders are more likely to prioritize ethical and sustainable practices, and which fits perfectly with the rising demand for eco-friendly travel options. The global report on women in tourism is also telling. It shows 23% of tourism ministers globally are women, compared to 20.7%, which is the average in other government sectors. So, in conclusion, women leaders enhance performance and lead change towards sustainability better. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we take some questions from the audience, Professor Moropoulou wants to remind something.
Yes, actually, I want to remind, because it's the time machine that has to take us back and have a flash of memories how youth initiated both experiments in roads, what Lee presented, started by youth at 82. I'm from Rhodes as well, and I was responsible at that time for the conception of the cultural revival of the medieval city of Rhodes. All these works you have seen, of course, modernized later on by local authorities and the Ministry of Culture. But it was used to start with the strategy to revive cultural heritage through developing awareness and contact of local people with it. That was at this era a Latin American strategy, which became very European, and it was very necessary because at that time I had submitted to UNESCO the proposal for Rhodes to become a city and listed in the World Heritage Cities. And it was needed, the justification that this heritage is alive, and it became alive. Of course, I have to note that 40 years after, and even though there is a second program agreement between the local authorities and the Ministry of Culture, and this is important, this strategy has not been scaled up. And there is a vacancy in that, because the rehabilitation of historic cities, in order to apply to all the targets that international organizations and conventions set in front of us requires the reuse of historic buildings. And in roads, we have a very important mass of historic buildings that are under the property of the state, public property. So the fact that there is no any circular economy in producing revenue from this reuse, of course in compatibility with social criteria.
It is happening now.
What is happening now, it is just a transition. It is not a new institutional framework to bring from the revenue of this reuse back to the protection under a planned action, the money that heritage can produce and is required to protect it. So we have steps to go further in order to go ahead. And this is one point. The other point concerns HAWCT. It is not by chance that the Prime Minister of Greece was the one to inaugurate and to enhance this project for the GR Eco Island with all governmental, regional, local governments, etc. In HAWCT. It was the last step that was required to be added in order to accomplish HAWCT's sustainable development, which started 40 years ago at 82. After we suggested through youth again, HAWCT as a UNESCO pilot for island sustainable development under the title HAWCT, an island for peace and friendship of the youth of the world. That was actually a great challenge because it took us a lot of a lobby to have a unanimous with the Turks as well to vote for it. Decision from UNESCO from 190 more or less countries of the world. And it's the only island that today even the Turkish president is not aiming to connect to the blue Patrida, blue home, because they voted for it. And that means that this project, which was based on reusing and rehabilitating and restoring the traditional houses, accounting for the local heritage, architectural heritage of the island, was a success. Because instead of building modern hotels in HAWCT, the hotelier infrastructure was developed by this work. And that's the reason that HAWCT is being on the top of the demand of tourists, because it accomplishes the quality standard. It complies with them. They ask for something different, and this is it. An island with local architecture, and these are the hotels. So that seems that we need a new youth today to take it over all around Greece. And I'm very proud that Mrs. Vinu was naming a lot of initiatives, first of all in her island, in Kos. That Lee was naming a lot of international initiatives apart from our island, all over the world, and that all of you are naming initiatives which are very important, but they require a youth on local level to take this over. And this is something we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Moropoulou. And now we have the time for 1 or 2 questions. Is there anything from the audience? Please.
I think I presented clearly. Perhaps it was not perceived so clearly. However, I said through my presentation that it is required in order to implement this reshape of tourism, and as we planned it in pilots locally, it is required, first of all, social participation, awareness, and agreement. And in our case, we did that on local level. Second, it is required the contribution of local authorities, regional authorities, and of course of the central government on all levels. And I presented very concrete actions and programs which are being discussed with several ministers and ministries and authorities. And of course, at the highest level, it is required international collaboration in order to bring all these ideas out from our frontiers to the world. So we need these three layers, and it is clear that perhaps an observatory might monitor something, but what we need today is not to monitor, we need to implement. We need coordination. So I can make, with the occasion of your question, the call that we need collaboration in order to implement these new concepts of alternative tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other question, please? Of course.
I live in Kos Island, and I have experienced the many initiatives that have been undertaken the last years.
A little bit louder.
Can you hear me now? Okay. According to what Mrs. Moropoulou just said, I think that there should be better coordination between ministries, first of all, and we should have more education of all the businessmen who are occupied and the personnel also in the hotel and travel business. And also there should be more education to our children, starting from schools, and it should be obligatory. Not only to visit museums, but also there could be some initiatives from the ministries in collaboration with archaeology officers and Ministry of Education. For example, they could design some games. We had just ourselves made as Association of Parents in our school for many years, a game of hidden treasure, for example. in having to do with the museums and all the archaeological sites, of course. And it was very, very successful, and the children were very aware, became very aware. We could do the same even for tourists, for children of tourists. The Ministry of Civilization could do something like that. We could also take advantage of the Greek nights that the hotels have. We could even translate some of the songs and have some program that we could give. We have to understand that we even make a foreign policy through our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? So,
that we do all that and far more than that. I assure you. There is no time to explain now, but we do a lot of that. What is a good idea is to have for tourists, educational programs for tourists, which we don't, but yes. But we do have a lot for immigrants, for elderly people, for disabled people, and they run regularly. And we have the nights, the full moon nights over the monuments, which is an experience for everybody. And I mean, I cannot count them. It's a lot. The number of the events that are taking place in archaeological sites and monuments is vast. I mean, you have to go to the specific place and see what is happening. But thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you, Ms. Androglidaki, for the comment. In conclusion, our discussion today has highlighted the significant role that cultural assets play in shaping alternative tourism models that are not only unique and immersive, but also essential for driving sustainability. We have seen how culture, traditions, and heritage can serve as powerful tools to foster responsible travel, benefiting local communities and preserving their identity while reducing environmental impact. The insights shared today underscore the importance of innovative approaches in tourism that prioritize long-term sustainability over short-term gains. By leveraging cultural assets and promoting alternative tourism, we can contribute to a more equitable and resilient global economy. Let us take forward the ideas shared today and continue to champion tourism that celebrates our cultural diversity and strengthens sustainability for future generations. Many thanks to our esteemed panelists for their valuable contributions, and thank you all for engaging in this vital conversation. Thank you very much.
Now, I think it is time to actually thank everyone that has actually given us all these insights about tourism and how we can use this, exploit it in somehow, and enlarge Greece further away. But I think it is actually an essential time to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work that they have all done, the participants, the speakers. But before we actually break for coffee, I would just like to invite Ms. Mahi Gavala, the WEF Steering Committee and WICCI GR Treasurer, as well as Ms. Chrisa Bulgarizou, the Vice President of the Hellenic Association of Women in Culture and Tourism, to present those memorabilia to all the participants. Thank you. Να δώσουμε λίγο τα βραβεία ένας προς έναν. Βεβαίως, βεβαίως. Και μετά βγαίνετε πρώτα ατομική φωτογραφία ο καθένας και μετά όλη μια οικογενειακή.
Γυναικών στον πολιτισμό και στον τουρισμό, θα θέλαμε να συγχαρούμε τους οργανωτές για αυτή την εκδήλωση για τις γυναίκες και να σας πούμε ότι εμείς είμαστε κοντά σας, πιστεύουμε στις γυναίκες, πιστεύουμε στον πολιτισμό μας, στον τουρισμό μας και στην Ελλάδα μας σαν brand name. Άλλωστε ισχύσαν την ενώση. Σας ευχαριστούμε.
you the break. This is Elena.
I hope you enjoyed your coffee break, and I think it's time now to move on to the next panel discussion. And as we gather once again, I'm delighted to introduce my fellow colleague, Alexia Tassouli, diplomatic correspondent, for the moderation of the discussion. So, Tassoula, Alexia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yanni, Mr. Moutsios, for excellent organizing the whole event yesterday and tomorrow, and of course, Ms. Moropoulou. So, good afternoon. As you heard, my name is Alexia Tassouli. I'm a diplomatic correspondent covering international affairs. And our next panel of discussion will involve three key words: innovation, green, and digital transition. We will focus on innovation because we believe that innovation is essential for achieving a successful green and digital transition. We will discuss the cutting-edge technology, sustainable practices, and businesses and communities who can foster resilience and reduce environmental impact. So it's an honor for me to welcome Ms. Phoebe Koundouri, who is chairwoman of World Council of Environmental and Natural Resources Economists Association. She's also chair of Global Climate Hub SDSN. She's also professor of Athens University of Economics and Business. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
I would like also to welcome Ms. Margarita Karavassili, who is a former Special Secretary of Environmental and Energy Inspectors at Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy. She's a planner architect, and she's the member of the board of directors at EcoCity. Good afternoon. It's an honor for me to welcome also Ms. Betty Haralambopoulou, who is the CEO President of Geosystems Hellas Director of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Kleos Gouropoulou, who is professor of Department of Computer Engineering and member of the Government Council of UNIWA. Good afternoon. And it's an honor for us that Ms. Dominique Delporte, who is the art curator, she is available to join us to the panel. Thank you so much, all the ladies. And we're ready to start. Before we start with the presentation of Ms. Koundouri, I think we are ready to listen to a video of Mr. Stratos Esimopoulos, who is the chairman of the Special Permanent Committee on Research and Technology of the Hellenic Parliament. Mr. Esimopoulos wasn't able to be with us, but he sent us his speech.
It is with great pleasure that I address the proceedings of Women's Economic Forum. Unfortunately, my obligations as chairman of the Special Permanent Committee on Research and Technology of the Greek Parliament in Oslo prevent me from being among you in person. The topic of the meeting is particularly interesting and current. It is important to recognize that women have always been key contributors to the economic and social fabric of societies. However, in recent years, we have seen a powerful and much needed shift. Women are no longer just participants in the economy. They are leading forces driving innovation, growth, and sustainable progress on a global scale. Women have demonstrated a profound ability to combine economic success with social responsibility. As chairman of the Special Permanent Committee on Research and Technology of the Hellenic Parliament, I am in contact with many women entrepreneurs and scientists. A typical example was the innovation competition for women's business groups, startups organized by the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Athens Startup Business Incubator. During this competition, I had the opportunity to interact with very important business women and scientists not really innovative projects, such as specialized programs for the elderly, research and production of sustainable building materials, biomedicine, green technology, eye tracking, etc. The emerging challenges that all states have to deal with are climate crisis, green transition, circular economy, food self-sufficiency, and applications of artificial intelligence. If we want to meet the challenges, it is necessary to form a framework for the transfer of technology to society. Innovation is the ultimate solution. Although Greece is at the EU average in research, it falls significantly behind in innovation. Regarding the Greek innovative framework, the Greek government is moving in this direction, giving strong incentives for the cooperation of universities and research centers with the private sector, financing interest-free or even subsidizing the patents, financing and supporting startups without backing criteria, breaking free from bureaucracy in the research, innovate program, etc. However, we cannot overlook the barriers that still exist. Women around the world continue to face systemic challenges, from limited access to capital to gender biases in the workplace to a lack of representation in key decision-making roles. Greek government policies that address these constraints include implementing legal reforms that make laws more equitable for women, reducing financial and labor market discrimination, and creating a more gender-friendly business environment. By empowering women to take on leadership roles in economic and sustainable development, we are fostering the innovation, collaboration, and sustainability needed for a more prosperous world for all. As chairman of the Special Permanent Committee on Research and Technology of the Hellenic Parliament, please accept my best wishes for a very successful forum.
That was Mr. Stratos Simopoulos. He's a very important member of the parliament, and he also stressed in his speech that women nowadays do not have a supporting role, but they are a significant force in the international work environment. And after his speech, now we're ready to listen to Ms. Phoebe Koundouri with her presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I am always very happy to be here. I am grateful to Professor Moropoulou for inviting me, and I am extremely honored to share a panel with all these dynamic and impactful ladies, most of whom I know for many years. So what I'm gonna argue in this presentation, in this speech, is that innovation is crucial for the sustainability transformation. The sustainability transformation is crucial for our survival, and innovation is crucial for the sustainability transformation. And it is important to understand that innovation is not just technological innovation. We are also referring, when we talk about innovation, to social innovation, financial and fiscal innovation, governance innovation, and of course, technological innovation. It's quite important to be clear on that because we need different forms of innovation in order to succeed. I won't spend much time on this because you already know that we are in a multi-crisis. We have low economic growth, shrinking fiscal spaces, inflationary pressures, and 1/3 of the countries in this world at the brink of default. So a major economic crisis leading to voices demanding a change of the underlying economic model. And combined with this, of course, we have the climate crisis, the destabilization of the climate that translates into increased frequency and severity of extreme weather events that translate into disruption of economic activity, loss of infrastructure, and of course, loss of life. And then we have the biodiversity crisis, the collapse of the ecosystem, which is crucial and significant because we use ecosystem services. We use natural capital in all of our production and consumption activities. And of course, coupled with increasing inequalities in income and accessibility between the global north and the global south, but also within countries, the population crisis, all this leads to geopolitical pressures. And we are experiencing the effects of geopolitical pressures. And in 2015, we have decided that the way out of this crisis is the UN Agenda 2030, 17 goals, 4 about the ecosystems, environmental, natural ecosystems, 8 about the society, 4 about the economy, and 1, the last one, regarding the collaboration for the goals. So, first point. We have a blueprint, and this is not an environmental agenda. This is an interactive agenda between nature, economy, and society. And most of the goals are focused on the economy and the society. Second point, this is a holistic, integrated, systems-based agenda that you need lots of innovation to even start thinking about implementing this. And this is what I'm going to show in my work later on. And quickly, because I don't have a lot of time. So I founded and lead the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation in Sustainability, 18 years in UK universities, the rest of the 30 years that it exists in Greek universities with collaborations all over the world. We have many research projects under different research labs that I lead or co-lead. We have a lot of work on innovation acceleration, and I'm going to focus on this in the rest of the presentation. A lot of work on science policy interface, and a lot of work with international scientific academies and associations that I lead in or co-lead in an attempt to bring in the best minds to produce the innovation that is needed in order to implement this very integrated, systemic, holistic, science-hectic and data-hectic agenda that we call the Agenda 2030. Now, we all know that each region of the world has transposed this agenda into a policy framework. Without the policy framework, you cannot really achieve implementation. In Europe, we have transposed UN Agenda 2030 into the European Green Deal. And we have a myriad of regulations and laws that make the targets of the European Green Deal explicit and implementable, and they reflect, they mirror the SDGs. Not 100%, but 80% is at least the mirroring effect. And this calculation was published in Nature this year, showing with an AI approach the connection between the European Green Deal and the SDGs, and the same connection lower in terms of the percentage of connection can be found in other regional policies. So we know where we want to go is the SDGs, and we have made them explicit in Europe and in other regions with policy frameworks. So we know our targets. What else do we need to know? We need to know where we are. Every year, UNSDSN, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, a network of 2,000 universities. I lead the European Hub with 900 universities and also the Global Climate Hub of this network. We publish reports that measure. Quantification is crucial. Measure where we are with regards to implementing the SDGs. And the news are not very good because you can see on the slide that we are lagging behind. Red means 50% implementation only. Orange means 60%. Yellow, 70 to 80% implementation. And what we need to do in terms of the slope of the graph at the end of my slide, to get away from the blue projection and get on the green is really a huge acceleration. That is not possible by 2030. But I'm arguing it is possible by 2050. So quantification is important. We know where we are, and this is where we are in terms of goal 9, which is the goal that includes innovation. And you see how little green you get on the map. Green means that you are on track to achieving the goal. And the map below is, so the map above is today, how it measures and quantifies, and the map below is how it will look like by 2030 if we keep the same pace of transformation. And to get into the details of the calculation that I just shown you, each SDG has many targets. So we have 17 SDGs, but we have 169 targets. And looking into the target that has to do with research and innovation, this is now, this is today. This is where research and innovation are on track, and you see that it is mostly US, Canada, parts of Europe, Australia, and China and Japan, and this is where we are going. So you see that the developing world is out of the picture, which is crucially negative, because we cannot transform without the developing world. It is global problems that we are facing. It is the population that is growing, and most of the population in the world is, of course, in China, in India, in Africa. So we cannot move ahead with leaving these places behind. It is impossible. And this is how our systems work. This is the environmental, the natural resource systems. The first one is the food systems, the climate systems, the land use systems, the marine system. You can see many reds here. We are not doing as good as we can. And we can downscale. This is how the European Union looks, Greece looks. I don't have time to go into details. We can even downscale to within Greece in terms of regions, and we can downscale within companies and foundations and universities and measure where they are, where they need to go, and even construct pathways for companies, for regions, for cities, for countries, for Europe and other regions of the world, and for the world as a whole. So what we do in IFORIA, 250 researchers now with lots of research funding that we've managed to attract, probably the most successful European team in attracting research funding. What we try to do is to pave the way towards achieving our targets with a firm knowledge of where we are. And in order to construct these pathways from where we quantify our basis through these reports that I've showed you to reaching our policy targets that are a translation into the reality of the different countries and regions of the world of the SDG agenda, we need to construct the pathways, the optimal mixture of technologies, governance, financial, fiscal, and social solutions that will get us from where we are to where we want to go. And in that, we need a lot of innovation, and I'm going to show you very quickly an example of such innovation for reaching climate neutrality goals by 2050. This is the aim of the Global Climate Hub of UN, and this is a very indicative example of the scale of innovation that is needed in order to be able to suggest to policymakers, to businesses, to financial institutions, to governments, to civil society, how you move from where you are to reaching the targets. The methodology is very innovative, and it has been published in Nature Sustainability last year. So what you need to do is to bring together all the different systems that are relevant here. So in the first green layer, you need to downscale the climate scenarios, simulate or optimize the energy models, the transport models, the land use models, the marine use models, the health system models, and then integrate all of these in impact assessment models that bring in the socioeconomics. And this is the science, the interdisciplinary systems integrating science. But you need to check every step of the way of implementing these mathematical scientific models and integrate them. You need to check your approaches, your parameters, your assumptions, your solutions with the stakeholders. So there is another layer that is intradisciplinary, where you invite the stakeholders to co-design with you and co-share the pathways and become shareholders of the implementation of the pathways. And in order to do that, you also need to reskill, upskill, and educate the stakeholders, because these are such innovative frameworks. The integration is so innovative. It needs a lot of technological innovation, governance innovation, social, fiscal, and financial innovation that is very difficult to find in the labor market, in the civil society. And at the same time, you save all of this in an AI-based digital data platform and application, because you need to have the data, you need to update the data, you need to be able to make open access all of the models, the solutions, and the designed pathways. Open science, open access, and continuous training. I'm not going to go into the details, but if you do that, you have energy models, optimal sourcing of energy across Europe and the green corridors. You have land use models and marine use models that tell you how you can achieve food security, climate targets, biodiversity targets in each and every country. What is the combination of changes that you have to implement in agriculture, in forestry, how they connect with the remote sensing information that you have, how they connect with the energy models. So you have to connect the energy models with the land use models, with the food systems models, with the forestry models, and at the same time care about the coastal and marine and the interface between land use and marine, and integrate that, and also not care only about mitigation, is adaptation as well, is resilience. So models of how do you handle the extreme events, their effects. Here's a model that showcases after a forest fires how you should handle the forthcoming floods. And what are the cost and benefits of intervening compared to the cost and benefits of not intervening. So you have to calculate and quantify all this and monetize all this in order to have them in a cost-benefit analysis. And a monetization means that you are able to put a value not just to produce capital, not just to human capital, which derives from wages in the labor market, but also to natural capital, and make them explicit in cost-benefit analysis, in your impact assessment accounts, and in your GDP reporting. So a lot is needed here, and integrate into financially and fiscally innovative systems in order to be able to finance the pathways. So it's not enough to know what technologies you are going to use in the different energy, land use, marine use system, health system. You also need to make explicit who is going to finance the implementation of these technologies and who is going to support the transition of the innovative technologies to the market. So there are financial innovation that can derive from work in general equilibrium analysis, and there is also the huge issue of financial innovation and restructuring the financial architecture of the world in order to be able to streamline resources to the global south. Low interest rates, long-run loans for SDG investments. If you want to create growth, you need to go to a less developed country and get each and every kid at school. If you manage that, in the next 20 years, starting from the 7th year onward, you will achieve growth rates to the magnitude of 6 and 7%. You cannot hope to have such growth rates in a developed country. Maximum is 3. And as I said, we firmly support innovation. These are 3 of our accelerators. We also work very closely with the UNFCCC accelerator. And these accelerators are part of the UNFCCC accelerator. The first focuses on climate adaptation, spin-offs, and startups. We have 130 of them. The second focuses on startups and spin-offs that are relevant for the transition of shipping to climate neutrality and climate resilience. And the third one is an accelerator relevant to all innovations that can help the sustainability transition of the Black Sea. For example, the Innovator Brigade Connect brings together 130 startups, and it creates an ecosystem where the startups, the problem owners, usually states, local authorities, cities, municipalities, can find solutions to their problems. They can be guided with regards to solutions to their problem. And at the same time, we have the funders, the financiers coming in to choose which startups they want to support with further VC funding. And we have articulated everything in terms of hazards, areas, solutions, technology, TRL levels, and the idea is that the problem owners, the funders, and the technology developers, and again, here we have technologies, as I showed, that are technological innovations, but also social, financial, and governance innovations. The Maena Maritime Accelerator is about shipping. It's a big consortium under EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, led by Athena Research Center, my unit, Sustainable Development Unit, and and other universities, another 2 universities, one in Cyprus and one is Israel, focusing on startups and spin-offs on climate neutrality. And here we have priorities relevant to low carbon energy, new ships designs, energy efficiency, logistics, monitoring, zero waste, adaptation, and finishing new business models, skills, and training. And of course, there are many startups. Again, here, the wave of this year was about 40 startups. They are all in this presentation, and you can look into them in case you are interested. And finally, let me just say that it is important not just to accelerate the technology, not just to do the science, the integrated system science. All of these are innovations. But one crucial innovation that is there to be proven that we implement is to co-design with the stakeholders. We work in 120 countries. No solution has ever been implemented without the stakeholders being co-designers and co-owners, shareholders of the solution. And it is important to understand that in order to engage the stakeholders, all of them, the politicians, the policymakers, the businesses, the financial institutions, the civil society, you have to educate them. They don't know what you're talking about, most of them. They don't have all the skills. They cannot keep up with the pace of innovation that is needed. So what is needed here is a serious wave of upskilling and reskilling. And what we presented in the previous COP in Dubai is a report that shows that 85% of the skills that we need in order to implement the already voted for laws and regulations of the European Green Deal are not yet in the European market. On that note, I thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much for your analytical presentation, excellent presentation with many, many details. Now I call on stage Ms. Margarita Karavasili for her presentation.
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Of course, yes, of course. Ms. Delporte. Yes.
Because of the schedule. So thank you very much for this more than holistic overview of all the challenges that we are facing today. Let me present myself first. I am a strategic and innovation management professor. Had a dual career, always bridging corporate academics and the ecosystem of startups and scale-ups. So innovation has been in the heart of my career for more than 35 years. The nature of innovation is changing, whereas in the digital area, where we talk about digital connections, digital networks, e-commerce possibilities, now we are shifting towards a deep tech era. And the deep tech era is a very, very interesting, disruptive era in that sense that we see newcomers coming up, changing and disrupting the status quo of the, I would say, the economy, in that sense that deep tech technology is a blending of several technologies, but the character of the company who does that because of a purpose, I would say a purpose of sustainability, a purpose aligned to the SDG goals. So, for example, they try to come up with a solution to tackle poverty. They try to come up with a solution to tackle climate change. They come up with a solution to tackle social injustice globally. So that's the point that I wanted to make. I had the opportunity yesterday to meet with your deputy minister, Zoe, talking about the development and what is going on at the moment in Greece. I met the Greek ecosystem. I have been listening to what they were saying to me about the challenges and the hurdles they have to overcome. But I also discovered a lot of pride and drive at the younger generations to make really a change. So as the global chair for humanities, technology and innovation, we advocate and we set up digital literacy programs to make sure that the next generation is upskilled and reskilled for the technologies and the challenges, social challenges that are coming, because this is a transformative technology that's coming up. So it will transform everything. It will transform our governance systems, our legal frameworks, the way we work, the way we participate, the way we want to be treated. And we want to make sure that the female voice is going to be heard in that sense that it is not because you don't have an affinity with STEM education, which means science, technology, engineering, and mechanics, that you don't have to speak up. Because in the new era of deep tech, it is all about the multidisciplinary approach to these problems, because they are too complex to find just a technological solution or just a social solution. It is about the blending. So I'm very happy and honored to be here at the first Women Economic Forum Greece and have been the possibility to be invited by the European Innovation Council yesterday at the National Bank of Greece, where we try already at a European level to bring funds together. And I must say I was very pleased to find out that there is also a female representation coming up in this ecosystem and making sure that their voice is heard. So if you're a woman and in your local community, please try to spread the word and the message that women have a future, that women can create influence and power by just acting as a mentor, as an angel investor, as an investor or co-investor in a startup or a scale-up, so that we can shape ourselves together, also the future society, and put the boundaries there where they are needed to make the world human, safe, and equitable. So thank you very much, and I wish you a great debate, tackling all these challenges.
Thank you, Dominique, for your intervention and for the opportunity to be with us in the panel. Thank you so much. And you give me the best opportunity now, before we listen to the next speaker, to listen to a video of Ms. Maria Louizidou, who is a professor of emeritus, member of the General Assembly at the Technical Chamber of Greece. I think she has some very significant remarks based on what you said before. Let's listen to her. Merci.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The EU has set in 2015 ambitious goals for circular economy, followed by Green Deal. We consume and waste a lot of materials, resources. Europe needs 3 times more imports of goods compared to the exports. This is not sustainable and things need to be changed. We need to abandon the linear model where we take resources, produce, use, throw as waste. We as citizens play a vital role in this, since we are the producers of the daily waste. A separate collection at source of our household waste can contribute to the reuse recycling of waste and create the secondary raw materials that industry needs. This means less fossil fuel will be used and hence less emission to the atmosphere, mitigating climate change. Along with circularity is a bioeconomy. We need to use bio-waste, biomass to produce our products. Also, this means that we can gradually replace the petroleum refineries with biorefineries. Instead of using fossil fuels to manufacture most of the products we use today, we can use waste of biological origin to obtain the equivalent products. EU has invested huge amount of resources to be able to create innovative processes and products to meet the required targets of the Green Deal and circularity. United Nations have also set the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and all countries should work to meet these goals. Collaboration at international level is necessary in order to achieve the set targets, foster and countries can exchange knowledge on the innovative solutions. The climate change is happening and there is a need to replace fossil fuels with green fuels such as sustainable aviation fuels, maritime fuels, transportation fuels in general. The international collaboration for innovative solutions is a must. Another big issue, Water scarcity is knocking on our doors. At global level, the world experiences a severe and growing shortage of drinking water. 1.8 billion people do not have access to clean water. 28% of world's population drinks contaminated water. 55% increase of water demand is expected by 2050. 7 billion of people will face water shortage by 2050. In Europe, things are not better. 38% of the EU population has been affected by limited water availability in 2019. 9 billion euros the cost of drought in 2019. 30% of the EU population has been affected by limited water availability in recent years. Of course, we will say that we can desalinate and get water, but where do we throw the brines? The concentrate after desalination. This material has a double amount of solids which, when disposed, have a very negative impact to the ecosystem and biodiversity. United Nations and the EU realize that there is a huge problem there that needs to be addressed. I could not be with you today for a reason. The problem of salinity of water is hitting Poland severely, and I'm coordinating a European project for that. Poland is the dominant producer of hard coal, providing 95% of the needs of Europe, 57 million tons a year. To get this coal, the level of extraction is down to 1 kilometer. Layers of solid water are found and mixed together, creating very dense brines, 8% solids, dissolved solids. These brines are pumped to the surface and finally disposed to the rivers and lakes. The rivers are degraded and the water cannot be used for agriculture, industry, or as a drinking water. So we are trying to implement innovative and cost-effective solutions to minimize the impact. Coal mines are gradually closing down due to CO2 emissions, but still these brines will be there for the years to come. There is a need to reverse this phenomenon. Only collaborations that bring innovative solutions can handle this situation. Human resources with highly skilled people and financial resources are required. Digitization is a strong tool to bring the interested parties together. The creation of IT platforms supported by artificial intelligence can serve as means of communication between the various stakeholders, technology providers, problem owners, databases and data analytics models, to name few. In other words, a form of communication to solve problems, to reach circularity, to protect the environment with a target to make our planet green. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sorry, thank you. And now we're ready to listen to the presentation of Ms. Karavasili. You can sit here. Yeah, of course. No.
Good morning. I'm very, very glad to be with you. Thank you very, very much, Tonya, for the invitation. So, let's start speaking about the words green, digital, transition. Let's talk about a focus on the vision. But before, I would like to say that gender has to be at the heart of the agenda for green transition. Climate change is one of the defining challenges of our time, and women are disproportionately vulnerable to do and how they have an important role in addressing it. So, without vision, nothing is possible. The vision for Europe, after the holistic approach you have done, dear Phoebe, I go in Europe and Greece to see the challenges we have before us. So the vision is a fair and inclusive green transition towards climate neutrality to complement sorry, to find, here it is. To complement the package on delivering the Green Deal together with digital transition, where women involvement is essential for achieving sustainable development goals. The twin, green and sustainable digital transition are political priorities of the European Commission, focused on a carbon-neutral EU by 2050, and they can reinforce each other. Okay, the transition. What is the meaning of green and sustainable digital transition? Transition equal transformation. So, green transition and symbiotic digital transition mean rethinking the way we design, the way we develop, produce, market and distribute goods and services across all sectors of the economy. It means, between others, the replacement of fossil fuel technology and the demise of industries like coal mining or petroleum extraction dependent on them. Green transition is all about shifting our systems and practices towards sustainability. This involves reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing the use of renewable energy, and promoting eco-friendly practices across all sectors. Think of it as a massive push to ensure our planet remains habitable for future generations. However, so now the meaning of green and sustainable digital transition. Digital transition, on the other hand, is the integration of digital technologies into all aspects of life. It includes adopting new technology. This includes also promoting energy efficiency data centers, sustainable manufacturing processes, and eco-friendly digital products. It is also important and necessary to give incentives using sustainable digital technology. That means we have to encourage the development and adoption of digital technologies that have a low environmental impact. However, sometimes the two transitions can also clash. Digitalization uses electricity, and many digital technologies are resource-intensive and create waste. Unintended consequences can crop up, such as owners of hybrid cars driving more because it is cheaper. Teleworking could cut office space, but could lead to employers building separate working rooms at home and heating or cooling more space than if they were in the office. To make the most out of the twin transition, proactive and integrative management will be needed. The digital transition will be spearheaded mainly by the private sector due to its huge economic potential. To harness its benefits for greening and to limit its harmful effects, state and civil society engagement will be necessary. To make green and digital transition successful, it is necessary to take into consideration several critical factors, such as clear policy and regulations, public and private investment, education and training for new types of jobs that arise from these transitions, collaboration between different sectors, government, business, academia, and civil society, public awareness and social engagement for involving the public in these transitions, technological advancement in both green and digital technologies, resilience and adaptability to new challenges, scalability for a meaningful impact through the expansion of successful pilot projects. So, green cloud and green data centers, That is the new mode. The Commission is exploring measures to improve the energy efficiency and the circular economy performance in cloud computing data centers. Digital technology can offer green solutions to different sectors of the economy. The development of the green public procurements criteria for data centers, for server rooms and cloud services shall help public authorities to ensure that data centers, equipment, and services are procured in such a way that they deliver environmental improvements that contribute to European policy objectives for energy, for climate change and resource efficiency, as well as reducing the life cycle cost. The EU is pursuing a human-centered, sustainable vision for digital society through the digital decade to empower citizens and business. What is the digital decade? It's a comprehensive framework that shall guide all actions in Europe related to digital, aiming at ensuring all aspects of technology and innovation work for people. So I go furthermore because I have no time to see European Digital Decade and Electrification Action Plan. What is that? In order to promote clean energy, it is very important to implement the EU Electrification Action Plan. It's a very innovative action plan that ensures the industrial transition powered by a green energy system and also promote the dedicated clean energy investment strategy for Europe, which will help to prioritize the investments in clean energy infrastructure, including for hydrogen. Because the energy sector accounts for 55% of EU greenhouse gases emissions, and its successful transition is the key to delivering the European Green Deal objectives. The European Green Digital Coalition also, it's a very important strategy, has released science-based methodology and guidance to measure the impact of digital solutions in reducing and avoiding greenhouse gases emissions across different sectors. Also, the regulation of eco-design requirements for servers and data storage is also very important and limit the environmental impact of these products with a set of rules on energy efficiency, such as minimum efficiency of the power supply unit and minimum server efficiency in active state, maximum consumption, etc. To conclude, our scope, our vision is to go towards climate-neutral cities. That means that we have to improve circular economy practices, also in the construction sector, key to increasing material reuse and give high-quality recycling. Build green infrastructure improvements is necessary to have resilient cities. We have to minimize urban heat island effect to make our cities more viable. Build green infrastructure improvements, trees and shade structure, green roofs and walls, painting roofs white, cooler streets and pavements, water feature, ventilation. Because the circularity, a circular economy goes towards circular cities. Cities with zero CO emissions, cities zero waste. And for that, renovation of worst performing buildings is a big priority. The renovation wave strategy as part of the European Green Deal and the revised energy performance of buildings, it is the base of the climate-neutral cities by 2030, by and for their citizens, and follow also the strategy of new Bauhaus strategy. It contains an action plan with concrete regulation, financing, and enabling measures to boost building renovation. The strategy aims to at least double the annual energy renovation rate of buildings by 2030 and foster deep renovations. Also, the new buildings of tomorrow will be circular, sustainable buildings, buildings zero CO2. And finally, the most important, and that is the biggest challenge of this period, is the reducing of new extraction of material. Is circular economy in the waste, in the cycle of waste. Improving circularity in materials will help reduce the total emissions in the building sector. Concrete, for instance, and cement circularity could allow industry to rein in costs and reduce emissions, aiding untapped value to the built environment. And that's a big program for the few years now that EcoCity try to promote and discuss with important organizations in Europe like ECOS and here in Greece. Construction and demolition waste makes up just over 1/3 of total waste generation in the EU. Europe's construction sector will need to be even more ambitious in its waste management practices if it is to fully embrace Europe's circular economy. And all that is the big challenges of our period if we want to make towards green transition, a fair for everybody green transition. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Yes, I will have follow-up questions later from the audience. Now move on to Ms. Betty Haralabopoulou for her presentation.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Tonia Moropoulou for the invitation and also to congratulate the whole team that have organized this today's symposium. I'm Betty Haralabopoulou. I'm the president of Geosystems Hellas, but in this panel today, I will mostly act as a part of merging research and innovation to applications and to the market. I would like to say that I'm here from the position of being director of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, a representative from EARSC to the GeoPost25 working group, which is the working group, the UN working group that merges artificial intelligence with geoinformation and imagery and gives information on geointelligence, which shall be a value in the transition, digital, green, and blue transition all over the world. This started from my side several years ago as being part of a Greek association, the Hellenic Association of Space Industries and the Greek Space Cluster, and also has been following the ISO working group team for downstream standardization for space services and space-based applications. So what we see from that position, because we start, of course, from research, in order that this research drive us to innovation, is to, at the end, use all those technologies and go to the Earth intelligence. Earth intelligence is what can provide an image
and let's say oldest people are usually saying that an image is more than 1,000 words and can provide targeted and actionable insight based on Earth observation data that it's co-created with users and enables them to make better informed decisions for a more sustainable world. This is the result of what we tried to post in Geneva, in UN, in November 23, by our Working Post-25 Strategy white paper. This is an image that everybody has seen in the TV in this August. It's an image that shows that downstream space applications means image coming from space, but also by using artificial intelligence tools can give us a result. It's something that it's not brand new. We see it in the TV the last years, and shows that those images can give us information for the real world. Means that downstream space application is not only innovation and research, it's also application. And this application can drive us to a better future. But okay, this is not a nice image because it has to do with a fire here very close to Athens. And this affected a lot of people, affected the land, affected the atmosphere with pollution, affected the biodiversity, affected the well-being of the citizens. So it's a circle of a lot of aspects that all this circle affects our life. I'm going to go to something more, let's say, more focusing on the today panel, which is how European Union would like to see the energy on a clear priority with commitments by 2030. So European Union, and this is proven, would like to see green use, mean renewable sources from wind, from the sun, from hydro, and biomass renewable energy. And this is something also downstream space technologies embraced. Copernicus, which is the European program of the Earth observation monitoring, is, of course, cutting-edge technology between the space applications and artificial intelligence, can give very good information on how the solar, the wind energy, and any kind of renewable energy, including biomass or water, or energy coming from dams, means water subjects, can be monitored, can be manageable, and can give economic growth and development also not only to Europe, but worldwide. Europe requires mechanism, and those mechanisms shall help decision-making processes. And downstream space application is a digital method that is transparent because the image comes from a satellite, so the raw image cannot be manipulated because the truth, it's always truth there. And by using this, we can help with all this digital innovation with machine learning and deep learning tools, the decision-making processes. And this is a real transformation. It's a real transformation that, in cooperation with the regions, because it's very important, the cooperation with the regions and the countries, can give us a sustainable future. This is just a screenshot how European Energy and Climate Data Explorer is measuring the climate data over Europe and, of course, over Greece, and how valuable and timescale view we can have of the climate change and the energy systems. Climate change is expected to affect also the supply and demand on energy. It's vital that energy providers and policymakers have the proper information in order to make informed choices on the future. And because we are in between two wars, those two wars affects the energy, means that the war in Ukraine and the war in Israel, for sure, we will see in front of us those effects. It's very, very important to well plan the energy sector by providing the proper information in a regional and national level in order that we go to a sustainable future. And it's not only the methodologies. Space is a tool, artificial intelligence is a tool, but also the citizen engagement, it's very important. Space can give a tool that when we have a coffee in the coastline, we don't see from the cafeteria the wind park area, because this is not part of the well-being of the citizen. So we have to get in consideration the spatial planning by using all these tools and the social innovation on making renewable energy landscapes sustainable for Europe. For Greece, of course, this will give us extra strength because we are a country that we have wind, we have sun, and also we can use also the water for having also offshore establishments in a sustainable way, means with a good spatial planning. This is let's say, the big picture of the future of the country. It's a big picture because since some months, Greece have been deeply involved in the innovation of the space technologies. Via the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Greece and European Space Agency, we have moved to a new program with the Greek CubeSats and the Greek microsatellites, which will be hosting in a governmental hub services. Those services will monitor land use, land change, which is very, very important of Earth intelligence, will monitor also and help the urban environment in order to have lower city emissions, green transition and greenness in a city, lower heat, urban heat, and also because we are in Greece and we suffer, first of all, from earthquakes, but also from the climate change, will monitor deformation. Means earth movements that can occur and from the earthquakes, but also from the climate change. And all those will be out in a marketplace. This marketplace will help the real estate, the tourism, and will help the sustainable development of the country. So I'm very happy because, okay, space for Greece, it was something not touchable the years before, but now I see a future, and I see also growth, means new jobs for new engineers, in order to have something more sustainable. We are one of the European countries that we are suffering to make a cadastral available since late 90s, and I think this possibility with this program will give a new strength to the country, a new strength that, of course, will give growth. So I see this long-term financial viability and the implementation of effective and robust resource efforts to this success. I see that, of course, our cities can be more sustainable because will be daily monitored, and those will be freely available, means that this will be open data. So our livelihoods can be better, can be greener, can be more sustainable, can have water sufficiency, energy sufficiency, and we can have monitor on the biodiversity and the ecosystems, and of course this is a positive impact on society, especially for Greeks. I would like to say that in similar programs, there are most of the European countries. We come just running after them, but it's a success story, and I think this merges research and innovation to application and to market. By closing, by targeting and actionable insights on Earth observation data, which always we have to have in mind the co-creation with the users, commitment to act on the urgent need to restore the equilibrium between the human race and the planetary health. The first image have shown the planetary health, which was damaged from the fire. Interconnected global challenges, transformation change is essential, because those are global changes, and downstream space is a transformable fact. Earth intelligence is the key. I mean, machine learning, deep learning is everywhere around us, and this unlocks the change through the interdisciplinary and intergenerational collaboration, because also new people are playing with that. We have seen a lot of interest the last 1.5 years from new entrepreneurs giving applications to the European Space Agency BIC. It's a new entrepreneurs incubator. One more point, in my view: equity in representation, equity in access to Earth intelligence, and equity in shaping the outcomes. I mean, women must be there. Earth intelligence aligns with the digital age, fostering economic growth and development. And by closing here, I would like once more to thank you for being with us in this room.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haralapoulou. So we are on time so far, so as we're moving to the end, we'll have time to take from you a couple of questions. But first, we'll listen to our last but not least speaker, Ms. Cleo Zgouropoulou.
Okay, thank you very, very much. It's really an honor to be here, and I want to thank our organizers, Mrs. Moropoulou, and all this beautiful event would give us the opportunity of us women to gather together here and share all these most important actions and innovations that we are sure that we want to contribute to our country, to transform, and to become better in the senses of all these interactions and sciences. So we've heard a lot of things here today, and from people that are in the core of Europe and all these actions and projects. So I would like to offer my presentation in shaping out some of the notable things that we have heard, to make a summarization, and also offer a view of a project that is being carried out towards, I think, the heart of all that we've seen right now, towards resilience, inclusion, and development for just green and digital transition in Greek regions. So I will offer, again, an example of what is happening currently in Greek regions with a focus on the twin transition, which we think it is really important for our age and for combining all these challenges that we've seen, either in the green transition or the digital transition. So here, I will make a very short overview because we've listened to most of the facts that shape the twin transition, just some points about the synergies and tenses that are really important for us for shaping our green and digital future. And then I will present an emblematic project that we've been carrying out the last year with some of the most important research centers in Greece, the National Center for Social Research, the National Observatory of Athens, the Athena Research Center, and the Hellenic Center for Marine Research. And this also includes two universities, my University of West Attica and the International University of Greece. Okay. So we've seen by the former speakers what the digital and green transition mean for our societies at European level, and what are the policy frameworks, strategies that have been created in order to foster this kind of transition and transformation. So these two transformations are currently being at the top of the EU's policy agenda, and as we've heard, their success is crucial for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So their interaction will have enormous consequences for the future. So the twin transition, being at the top of the political agenda, it's imperative for us to consider how these two trends will interact and what are the possible tension points between them. And this is very essential because these transitions are dynamic and they are happening independently of one another. So we need to reach a point where to understand what the good and problematic things are in order to create this kind of changes, transformation, and amplification of their good results into societies. So digital technologies, of course, play a key role in achieving the climate neutrality. We've heard about this, reducing pollution and restoring our biodiversity. And on the other hand, the pursuit of green transition will also transform the digital sector. So these can be two synergies that can amplify the results of science and innovation and what the two transformations have to offer in our societies. There are, however, very significant tensions between the two. For example, and some numbers to what we've heard before, today the ICT sector accounts for 5 to 9% of electricity use, which is really huge, and more than 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions are due to the digital use in the ICT sector, and this is as much as all air traffic. And if this remains unchecked, the ICT footprint could increase to 14% of global emissions by 2040. So we understand that if our digital technologies do not become more energy efficient, their widespread use will increase energy consumption. So this is a very important aspect of tension between the two transitions. Further tensions will arise regarding electronic waste, environmental footprint of digital technologies. So shaping the twin transition means that we're shaping digital transformation in a climate-friendly way, and also, on the other hand, harnessing the potential of digital technologies to achieve digital goals is also another point which is very important for having these two transitions go hand by hand. So we need sustainable digital technologies. We have heard about the challenge of efficient data centers, about climate neutral electronic communications by 2030. Circular electronics initiative is another very important initiative in order to have durability and repairability and not much electronic waste. Low power processors and software and artificial intelligence algorithms is also very important, as we see the huge impact, the huge use of AI, even for common purposes, like, for example, the use of ChatGPT being so widely used, it creates huge needs of energy. And the contribution of digital technology to climate neutrality, which involves the digitalization of processes, the creation of what we call digital twins, so the way to be able to predict processes and products before these are actually being created, and being able to monitor their creation. We have anticipation and prediction and modeling, all these important things that we've heard before. So the digital technologies for twin transition give us the opportunity, apart from foundational technologies, to have new enabling technologies like the geotechnologies that we've heard, cloud, 5G, blockchain, augmented reality, but also decision-making technologies like the digital twins, the AI and machine learning, and sensing and control technologies. So we have all this entire ecosystem to help us in this twin transition. What are the key sectors for application? These are set by the European Union. First of all, the one key sector is the energy, of course, digitalization, the transport, the industry, to make climate neutral industry, to green the buildings through digitalization, and to create smarter and greener agriculture. So the requirements to make this twin transition, of course, as we heard before, is not only the aspect of technology or the aspect of environment, but also the social, economical, and political aspects. So here, the critical requirements for the twin transition is to strengthen, first of all, the social and economic cohesion during the transition. So workers and businesses and sectors and regions need support. They need inclusion, and they need personalized support and incentives to adapt. The social dialogue, the investments in quality jobs, and the early development of partnerships between public employment services, unions, industry, and educational institutions are crucial. And being representing here an educational institution, I need to say that during the last years, and the law framework has given us the opportunity to progress towards internationalization and innovation. So currently within the Greek universities, we have technology transfer office, we have the opportunity to create spin-offs and startups, we have the opportunity to create innovation hubs and, enter and bridge the research we are doing with the innovation ecosystem, which is really important. Also, the twin transition will bring about radical changes in the EU labor market and the related skills. And of course, mapping transition requires adequate and reliable monitoring frameworks. So these are the areas, and what we do in this emblematic project, which is a 5 million project, one of the 8 emblematic projects that were initiated by the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation. It's an ambitious project that actually focuses on all these 5 aspects that are targeted as key constituents of the problem of the twin transition. So Just Ready, the project, tries first of all to evaluate the current situation in Greece. So we are doing very explicit actions in all Greek regions. We've started by the evaluation of current situation, recording opinions, attitudes, values, and orientations, behavioral predispositions of the general public and specific social groups. This is a huge work because we have started a nationwide research with collection and analysis of primary data, processing of secondary data, in order then to provide support and technological solutions that will be available for the entire public and all Greek regions and the government. So together, we are trying to leverage former technological achievements and integrate new, the ones that creating, for creating a digital portal with mapping and data to assist the targeted policy measures. Because here, what we intend to do, not only measuring the public opinions and bringing technological solutions together, but to address the content of public policies. We have the frameworks, we have the resources and funding from the European Union, but we need to bring them down to the Greek reality, to create our own frameworks, fundings, and resources in order to be able to leverage all this in the correct way and towards the correct directions. One example of this, you've seen all the sectors that are important for the European Union, but we have our own important sectors that we targeted here in this group, was targeted in the first panel discussion, which is tourism. So one thing that we have to see is our own priorities here for the Greek regions and try to implement and foster with policy making, explicit policy making and funding support to the sectors that are important for Greece. So this is also another thing that we do in this project. What we want with this exercise, the nationwide exercise, is that the digital transformation and the green transition to be achieved under conditions of justice, resilience, sustainable development, and social inclusion. So our implementation methodology is a 2x3x2 approach, meaning that we have the project involving 2 transitions, both green and digital, in 3 sectors, meaning economy, business, individuals, so society, and also policy design and governance. And we have also the 2 dimensions of social impact, meaning positive and negative as well. So this builds a project with 2 pillars, the green pillar, the digital pillar, and also horizontal axis in its implementation architecture in order to be able to foster in the twin transition and its social, economical, and political aspects. And finally, I am concluding with this, our expected results, which will be ready by the end of 2025, will be to have a project that aspires to implement the European and national strategies, better say, to shape also national strategies and create policy proposals for the just, green and digital development transition for the country, for Greece. So what we've heard, we want actually to map them and develop and adapt them for Greece. In 4 sectors, integration of research and innovation into the country's productive fabric, prevention of brain drain, and this involves the reskilling, upskilling of people, the formulation of targeted interventions, specific interventions for skills upgrading, also cultivation of social interest in the twin transition. So we need to raise awareness, to engage people, as we've heard, and we're doing this by living labs, by going to all Greek regions and creating examples of practice in order to bring them with us and show them how this can actually happen and how this can happen in specific regions of Greek, that they have specific disadvantages and disadvantages. So like Macedonia, for example, or the islands, etc., etc. And finally, the identification and formulation of targeted policy proposals that we aspire to provide them to the Greek government in order to tackle the next challenges for the next years. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now, we have nearly 10 minutes. You can accept questions from you if you have any remarks, any comments on what you heard from the speakers. Any lady, anyone wants to ask any question? No. So I would like to make a conclusion from each one of you. And my question is, what advice or what kind of suggestions you will say to women that want to empower themselves and to focus more on innovation? What's your experience has taught you, and you can give your guidelines to women that want to have to become a significant force in the work environment?
First of all, the statistics show very clearly that women are not empowered, that women are very disadvantaged, especially in the global south, but not only. So it is important to know that there is a long way to go towards achieving equity. It is crucial to know that. And it is crucial to understand that the bottleneck is not entering the university or even entering the job market at various industries across the economy. The bottleneck is in the leadership. So how many members of parliament you have? How many prime ministers women have? How many CEOs? How many full professors? And the list goes on, and it is very unequal. So what is important from me throughout the last 30 years that I've been dealing with multilateral institutions, organizations, universities, research ecosystems, research and innovation and policy design ecosystems and implementation ecosystems, is first to be clear that equitable is not yet achieved, then to be clear on what are the targets. The targets are relevant at all levels of somebody's life, women's life, so at the education level, at the job market level, at the household division of labor level, and of course, at the qualitative aspects of all these levels. So it is important to guide women to the education and training streamline that is relevant for the sustainability transition, the green and digital transition, to guide women in all those areas where the big investments are happening and where the future of Europe and the world lies. And if we want to concentrate on Europe, just to give a very firm advice, the future is in renewables and decarbonization, in circular economy, in conservation, protection of biodiversity and nature-based solutions, in e-mobility, in digitalization, which includes digital skills, cutting-edge technologies, digital cutting-edge technologies deployment, and cyber security. And it is important to have a critical mass of women in these aspects of education and training. I'm just concentrating on that. I can speak about all other sectors, but I don't have time. It is important to get them involved there. These are the future of Europe. These are the future of innovation. These are the future of business. We have to empower women towards that.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. Margarita.
Thank you. I will repeat again that the world's women are the key for sustainable development, for peace and for security. And they experience the greatest impacts of climate change, which amplifies existing gender inequalities and pose unique threats to their livelihoods, health, and safety. But women, they don't know it. They don't realize the power that they have. That is very important so to educate, to make more in the level of education. For instance, I'll give you an example, an paradigma. In this moment, I work for such a counselor for environment and climate change in the municipality of New Smyrni. And we have the possibility to organize a big program, education program for women concerning green skills for a sustainable, fair, and equal life, co-funded by the Mediterranean Women's Fund. And during these meetings, we have realized that women, they have not the possibility to give more because they have not the possibility to understand and to be sure that they can, that they have the possibility. Another paradigm example, it's I am a woman engineer, woman architect. It was 30 years before that I start to say, as working in the Ministry of the Environment, I have legislation, I have established legislation concerning bioclimatic buildings, sustainable architecture, sustainable planning, urban and regional planning, etc. It was not easy to speak and change ideas with others, organizations, and especially with men architects or engineering. Because I was a woman, but it's possible a woman to speak about energy 30 years before. And then, after 20 years, I had the possibility to be General Secretary in the Ministry of the Environment. I have the possibility to sign and to establish legislation. And that it was a very, very good moment because 20 years have passed. And the European Union started to elaborate strategy, new strategy and new strategy. And sustainable development, it was in 1991, after Rio, it was something abstract, completely abstract. Agenda 21 was without equipment, without tools. Step by step, I think that the European Union has helped to establish very, very useful tools in the legislation. But anyway, this legislation, it's not known even in the woman that works inside the ministries, inside the municipalities. We have a very, very difficult work to do to make women understand their power and have the tools to battle and to achieve this program, especially concerning cities, because cities and buildings, women understand better of all what is the life in the city, in a building.
Right.
That is
We
my
definitely have power. Margarita, thank you so much. Betty.
I will speak more generally. I think that women are great innovators and great entrepreneurs. And I think that, okay, it's true, 30 years ago, the society didn't see women in the same position that as it is now. There are a lot of things that are running in parallel times, but what I see from inside the family and friends and society around me is that what is missing and we have to take care and to strengthen is from early years when women are children in primary school to have same kind of embarrassment as boys, which is something that still in Europe is not very well elaborated. And also I see the same things here in Greece. And also give the mentality to young women that they can achieve via education and via well treatment, they can achieve the best position, which this position can be a CEO in a company, can be member of the parliament, can be mayor of a city, because this can be done. So what is needed is to change the mentality, and to change the mentality from year 03.
Okay, ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Κλειώ.
Yes, I totally agree about what happens first and mostly important is within the family, so I fully agree and support that. But also what we need to target is the awareness and the support also from our communities. And Greece is not very, I think, strong in this sense, and there are laws and mentalities that exist in Europe, which is our greater family, but are not being followed and established here in Greece. So within societies, we need to do many, many things, but I would like to stress also a factor that we need to be very, very careful about, because now that technology is in huge development, we run also the danger of technological gender discrimination. And this is really, really important, and we will be facing it more and more in the near future. For example, when we have all these AI tools and interaction with tools, for example, like ChatGPT, if we do some experiments, we see there that there is a huge gender discrimination incorporated in patterns and stereotypes. For example, I made this kind of a game with my daughter we had together. So we asked together ChatGPT, okay, hi, I'm a mother of John and Mary. They are twins. And I would like you to tell me some of the everyday things they can do in their time as extra scholar activities. So ChatGPT replied, yes, of course, I can help you. So Mary can go to learn dancing and singing and to take some courses to cook and things like that. And John can go and have some debate lessons and some sports lessons and things like that. So it separated the activities for girls and for boys. So we proceeded and asked the following, and what if, and what if there is an interest in politics without specifying who or specifying the gender? So ChatGPT replied, if John is interested in politics, then he can do this and that and that and that. So, and we proceed in asking, what did you think the question was for John? And then ChatGPT replied, oh, I'm sorry for this mistake. I shouldn't have done this mistake because this is gender discrimination and this is not good, and I will correct myself in the future. So what I want to say about this is now that we don't only have the physical societies, but the digital societies that we're participating in, this is also a thing that we have to tackle, because this is a multiplier effect. And if we don't look about it and we try to eliminate it in the systems, in the algorithms, then it will cause a very huge effect which will not get things better, but worse for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cleo. You are very professional, all of you, and your speeches were very inspirational and very up to a high level. I would like to thank you all for your remarks and your being here with us in the Women Forum. And we would like to, all of us, to thank Ms. Moropoulou for her excellent organizing this professionally, this event. Thank you all for your attention, and I give back the microphone to Yannis.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us today. It has been really an honor to have you and to listen to you, your personal experiences. And from what I gather, you pinpointed education as a real factor that women need actually to bear in mind from a very early stage. And that was the point that was made yesterday as well. Do not start when you're in university, start at really, on a very early stage. So I would like to take a moment to thank you all for being here and for all of you participating in this event. So may I just invite Ms. Chrysi Tseliou, WEF Steering Committee and WICCI GR Vice President, to present the memorabilia to each one of us, to each one of the participants. Thank you.
Ακούσετε τι εσείς. Κυρία Σοφιά, είναι όλες οι κυρίες, είναι της τεχνολογίας και της engineering. Εντός θα μας εξυπηρετήσετε, αλλά μας εκπροσωπήσετε να δω τι θα πούμε.
Τώρα μου μίλαμε στον ελληνικό. Θα τη γνωρίσω, είναι πάρα πολύ καλή. Τι κάνει το κορίτσι, έδωσε. Ευχαριστημένη είναι.
Ευχαριστημένη.
Πολύ κλιματική αλλαγή ακούω εδώ πέρα.
Και εδώ είναι πολύ τεχνικά, ανυπομονώ να ακούσω εσένα.
Με το καλό να βγουν τα αποτελέσματα.
This is the right time to stretch our legs and, take a lunch break for a while, but we should be back in about an hour or so, because we're going to have the last and final panel discussion. So please enjoy your lunch and then back here again. Thank you. The brief lunch break. I hope you enjoyed the break and you just managed to stretch your legs. We are actually transitioning to the last and final panel discussion today, which is going to be a very interesting one, and I would like to invite you to listen to that carefully and pose your questions. You know, the ladies will be here and you will be open to questions after we complete this discussion. But I would just like to give the floor now to my esteemed fellow colleague, Katerina Badzaki. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Hello, and welcome to this very important conference here about women, about how important women are in society, because we have a dual role that we need to cover. I'm a journalist. I work for ERT, for Hellenic broadcaster ERT, and I would like to ask from you, to give you the possibility, I want to talk to you about 4 minutes about what I think is very important, about some research that I have done on the topic. Now, we know that women, especially working mothers and caregivers, we know that they have historically been the primary seekers of accommodation and have faced pay and career discrimination as a result. Although a smaller number of men seek similar arrangements and may also face discrimination, they are all more likely to advance in their careers, as we all know. Work-life flexibility has long been also gender siloed, seen as a women's issue, with women bearing the brunt of its effects on career and pay across occupations. So this was especially true, and we've seen that during the pandemic. For example, the publishing output and productivity of talented STEM professional women decreased dramatically, while women handled most of the childcare, elder care and schooling in those days. And we know that great strides have been made in the workplace for women, but we also know that there is still much more to be done in terms of bringing more gender balance to the C-levels and into the boardrooms. Now, studies show a significant gap in the number of female leaders. For example, just 14.2% of the top 5 leadership positions of top-notch investment companies, such as, for example, Standard & Poor's and other companies like that, are held by women. At the same time, women-led companies are shown to perform better than those led by men, up to 3 times better, according to one study. And clearly, putting more women in leadership roles should be a given, but that, as we all know, isn't always the case. So thankfully, the advent of social media and other online tools has helped usher in a 4th wave of feminism that, among other things, has instigated more and more conversation about gender equality in the workplace. Now, there are countless academics, activists, some of you are already here today to honor this day, and even celebrities explaining why a group that makes up slightly more than half of the global population and that earns more than 60% of the world's undergraduate and master's degrees is still underrepresented in business. From my perspective, though, I encountered head-on what I believe is one of the many hurdles that women face. We are taught to be happy in supporting roles, and we often off-ramp and exit the career superhighway to care for children, parents, and even spouses. So even those who keep their nose to the grindstone often experience a slower career progression than their male colleagues. And why is that? Because the reality is that women are more often than not the main person balancing work responsibilities with home and family duties. So this juggling act becomes increasingly more difficult, and at some point a woman's career becomes less important than the quality of her own and her family life. So in a nutshell, business outcomes are superior when women are part of the executive and board ranks. And what's more, on a soft skills level, women also bring a mindset of flexibility as leaders. This comes from the fact that women are more likely than men to have been in situations requiring flexibility, which means that they are more likely to institute the kind of flexible work policies shown to be highly effective in retaining talent and building royalty. And while it goes without saying that evening out the gender pay gap, redefining our notion of flexible working hours and providing management training that looks to support gender equality are non-negotiable, there are also smaller simpler steps that each one of us can take. Those steps, I will give the floor to my valued guests here today to give us their view of what it's like to be able to keep that fragile balance. But before I do that, I think it is worthwhile to see the valuable contribution of Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs, Ms. Sofia Zacharaki, about how a mother, when she knows that her family and children are well taken care of, she feels safe, and why empowering the choices, increasing an improved work balance, and at the same time increasing labor participation, also empowering young women, is a state affair. So we'll give, bear with us for a few minutes. It's very important to see her speech and understand more about why we are here today and why our presence matters.
Dear friends, esteemed speakers and guests, I would like to begin by thanking the Women Economic Forum Greece for creating a space where impactful conversations and inspired connections can thrive. I would also like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all those distinguished women leaders in the business community that are gathered there today. You know that your achievements not only empower us, but they're a beacon of inspiration for countless other women to follow the entrepreneurial vision. And here at the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family, we are trying really to prioritize women's empowerment while at the same time implementing measures for work-life balance. Because we do feel, and we actually state very clearly, that there shouldn't be a dilemma. There should be a choice. And this reinforcement of choice is something that the Prime Minister himself and the competent ministers are trying to make very clear inside their legislation, extending the maternity leave, making sure that the father also gets some months off after having the baby, while at the same time increasing leave days that we can actually take in the private sector, thus correcting an injustice that has been going on for many, many years. We have really increased all the budget in order to offer better, more secure, more meticulously planned childcare. And at the same time, we're really doing our best alongside the municipalities and the regions to really amplify the impact of social policies that matter. Because in order for a woman to be able to succeed in their daily life and the achievements in work, she really has to feel safe and secure that the child, the family, is well taken care of. At the same time, we're really trying to empower younger women by also implementing measures and legislation that has really put Greece at the position of being one of the 12 countries to offer full equality status in all the legislation. Are we there yet? Of course not. But in the past years, we have seen achievements. We have seen more women working. We have seen more women in leadership roles. And just in 2 months from now, we will also transposite a very important regulation that really increases the role of women in listed companies in board of directors. And what is more to do in 2025 is to implement more seminars, workshops, increase and amplify the use of the equality seal in all businesses, try to change the mindset, and of course, abolish the prejudice that is still there in our community. So a whole spectrum of policies that empower women, empower their choices, increase and improve work-life balance, and at the same time, increase labor participation for women, really empowering younger women is at the very heart of our effort here at the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs. Another spectrum that is very dear and important to us is social economy, because you know, dear friends, that in many areas around Greece, there are fewer opportunities for investment, and social economy and social entrepreneurship can really make a difference. I would very much like to receive the very important takeaways from this important meeting, and we make sure that we actually make them into policies. And this is what we're going to do here alongside my Deputy Minister, Ms. Papacosta, the Secretary Generals, and all the people behind this effort of the newly established ministry. Again, my warmfelt congratulations and commitment to see all the policies be implemented here in Greece.
So we heard the valued contribution by Minister of Social Cohesion, Ms. Zacharakia. The question is, though, how do we balance career with family life and remain an equal partner in the workforce? I guess today, Vicky Bafataki is a dedicated research associate in the University of Athens, where she focuses on advancing interdisciplinary studies on bioethics and fostering academic collaboration. In addition to her research role, she serves as a General Secretary of the International SCIAC Awards, an initiative that recognizes excellence in various fields of science and culture. And she's also committed to promoting innovative ideas and supporting emerging talents in academia, contributing significantly to both her institution and the broader scientific community. Now, her work emphasizes the importance of cross-cultural dialogue and the impact of research on societal development. And by that, I pass the floor to you, Ms. Bafataki. Tell us about this very fragile balance between family and career, and also tell us how many of those emerging talents you support in academia are women, and are they more or less in recent years?
It's difficult, but I want to talk about this topic. The role of women in balancing career and family, empowering them to assume leadership position and maximizing their influence in shaping the next generation economy. Women have long faced the dual challenge of pursuing this career's aspiration while fulfilling family responsibilities. Although progress has been made, this balancing act remains complex. Yes, it is through addressing these challenges that we can unlock immense potential for individuals, families, and society as a whole. The balancing of career and family responsibilities is not just a personal challenge, it is a societal one. Women who wish to pursue their professional goals while raising families require adaptive strategies and, crucially, societal support. This includes more flexible work policies, parental leave options, and access to affordable childcare. By creating structures that facilitate work-life balance, we enable women to thrive both at home and in their careers. For example, countries with progressive maternity and paternity leave policies tend to have higher female workforce participation and lower gender gaps in leadership roles. Leadership is another crucial area where women are underrepresented despite their capabilities. Many talented women are often constrained by systemic barriers, social expectation, or lack of opportunity. But we know that gender-diverse leadership teams drive better decision-making, innovation, and profitability. Study shows that companies with more women in executive positions perform better financially. Empowering women to pursue leadership roles through mentoring, education, and break down structural barriers unleashes their full potential, benefiting not just businesses, but society at large. The cultural narrative around women in leadership has started to shift, and films like Joy with Jennifer Lawrence and The Inter with Anne Hathaway highlight the complexity and strength required for women to balance these dual demands. In Joy, we can see the trailer, please. The Inter. Okay, the Inter. The Inter also. Boys.
Shall we just. Can we just rewind it, please? Just to have a look at it again.
The Inter explores the complexities of modern womanhood through the character of Jules Austin, a successful CEO trying to balance her company and her family life. Her story reflects The pressures many women face navigating leadership responsibilities while trying to live up to traditional family expectation. Through both characters, this film humanizes the daily struggles and triumphs of women striving to maintain a successful career and a meaningful family life. Μπορούμε να δούμε το βίντεο ξανά.
Can we just see the video again, please? Can we have a look at the video again, please? The joy, is that right?
No, the intern.
The intern. With sound. Thank you.
Seasoned CEO could take some things off your plate.
I mean, give me CEO lessons.
I never had anything like this in my life. This big, beautiful, exciting thing that you created. Remember who did that?
Who?
Good times.
It's moments like this when you need someone you know you can count on. Because you're my...
Intern.
Well, I was gonna say intern/best friend. Look and learn, boys, because this is what cool is. How in one generation have men gone from guys like Jack Nicholson and Harrison Ford to...
Oh boy.
Joy Mangano, who invents a product that revolutionizes household cleaning, the Miracle Mop. Despite the personal and professional setbacks, she defies expectation, proving that women can innovate and lead even while managing family responsibilities. This portrait reflects the tenacity and resilience of women balancing multiple roles and highlights how their unique life experience can lead to breakthroughs in business. Μπορείτε να βάλετε το Joy. Μπορούμε λίγο να δούμε το τρέιλερ του Joy.
I want you to remember something, because a lot of times people get nice things and they start to think differently. We got here from hard work, patience, and humility. So I want to tell you, don't ever think that the world owes you anything, because it doesn't. The world doesn't owe you a thing. I was valedictorian in high school. I got into a fancy college. I stayed here because my parents are getting divorced.
You know what you are, Terry? You're like a gas leak. We don't see you, we don't smell you, but you're silently killing us all.
Maybe your dreams are all hope for now.
That's a nice way of putting it.
You're so beautiful. You could have married anybody. You could have married a doctor, a lawyer, a nice man, instead of this, I don't even know what to call this guy.
Are you seriously talking about this right now?
I believe the ordinary meets the extraordinary every single day.
I have real ambitions and real ideas.
We're making an invention, and it's very serious.
Joy's never run a business in her entire life.
It's my fault. I gave her the confidence to think she was more than just an unemployed housewife.
I don't want to end up like my family. I have to do things myself once and for all.
Okay, Godspeed, good luck, here we go.
As you grow up and come into the world that has all sorts of things in it. Money, crime, betrayal. Seems like you're shaking us down.
You can pay more.
I can't, and I won't. When you realize that the only thing you're gonna have is what you make.
You are in a room, and there is a gun on the table.
I want my life to be.
The only other person in the room is an adversary in commerce. Only one of you can prevail. Do you pick up the gun, Joy?
I pick up the gun. Listen to me. Never speak on my behalf about my business again.
To love somebody the way I love you.
Thank you. Now, moving from culture to economy, we must recognize that women's full participation in the workforce is not just a matter of fairness, but a necessity for economic growth. The more inclusive the economy, the more thrives. Studies show that closing the gender gap in the workforce could add trillions to the global economy. Women's contribution in shaping the next generation economy are vital, especially as we move towards a more diverse and interconnected world. Women are key drivers of innovation, and their leadership styles bring collaboration, empathy, and resilience to organizations. When women are empowered to take on leadership positions, they help cultivate more inclusive workplace cultures and bring new perspectives to problem solving. This ripple effect not only benefits businesses, but society at large by creating role models for the next generation, inspiring both girls and boys to see leadership as an opportunity available to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mafataki, for this very rewarding speech and also giving us the opportunity to see these two very important films I've never seen actually before.
There are many films about this topic.
Yes.
There are many films about this topic.
I will keep the line by Jennifer Lawrence saying that, never talk about my business without my permission. So I guess that's the key into understanding how important, our role and our value is when we actually start up something which is ours and we want to keep it ours. There have been a few very important firsts, especially when it comes to our judicial system and to the fact that in the past few decades we had only very few women actually rising that ladder in these top, very important positions. And I'm very happy here to welcome Ms. Spiridoula Chrysikopoulou, who is a prominent legal scholar and public official, currently serving as Vice President of the Hellenic Council of State, Greece's highest administrative court. With a strong background in administrative law and constitutional law, she has contributed significantly to legal scholarship and public administration. And she has been involved in various legal reforms and also has played a vital role in shaping judicial processes in Greece. Her expertise is recognized both nationally and internationally, and she's known for her commitment to upholding the rule of law and promoting justice within the public sector. So we know that the role of women judges in our judicial system has been quite limited in the past few years, but thanks to people like Ms. Chrysikopoulou, this has started to change. Thank you very much for being with us today and giving us the opportunity to learn more from you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on women, on the women judges. And especially thank you, Mrs. Antonia Moropoulou, for the invitation. The role of women judges in our judicial system and the prospects of their careers in the legal profession is an important and pressing topic, very relevant to our discussion today. As we meet here, it is essential to recognize the strides we have made in the last 15 years or so towards gender equality in the judiciary, while also acknowledging the challenges that still lie ahead. Today, women hold various positions within our courts, from magistrates to Supreme Court justices. We can observe a greater number of women in the judicial system overall, even achieving positions of precedence in the Court of Cassation
and the Supreme Administrative Court. This development is not merely a matter of statistics. It marks progress and signifies a shift towards a more inclusive and equitable legal system, showing that the representation of women in the judiciary has significantly improved over the past few decades. Despite the evidence of there being a majority of women in the judiciary, this has not led to equality in the decision-making process when considering candidates for advanced positions of authority, such as vice presidency or presidency. For selection to these most senior posts, it is still in the hands of the male-dominated government to choose the successful candidate. Here, I offer a brief summary of the recent success of women in the courts of Greece. 2011 was a significant year for women in the arena of justice. As mentioned, there was a majority of females holding positions as magistrates and judges working in certain levels of the lower courts, but never getting the opportunity to distinguish themselves in senior levels of the judicial hierarchy. Until that time, there had been a male-dominated selection process for the position of President of the Court of Cassation, Arios Pagos, which meant that leadership in the court was always a male privilege. But in 2011, we saw the winds of change slowly blow in when Irina Simakopoulou became the first female president of the Court of Cassation in Greece. In 2013, we saw the election of the first female prosecutor of the Court of Cassation, Efterpi Goudjamani. In 2015, Androniki Theotokatou became the first female president of the Hellenic Court of Audit, Ελεγκτικό Συνέδριο. This was followed in 2018 by the selection of Katerina Sakelaropoulou to the post of President of the Supreme Administrative Court, Council of State, Συμβούλιο της Επικρατείας, STE, the first woman to ever hold this honor. Mrs. Sakelaropoulou later became the first female president of the Hellenic Republic, a title she holds today. All these successful women had gone through a selection procedure with final choices made by the government where male domination was apparent. Finally, through the appointment of these women, we can observe the recognition of the particular and unique abilities and skills that women bring to the table. Women judges contribute a diverse range of perspectives and experiences, enriching the decision-making process and fostering a more holistic understanding of justice. However, despite these achievements, challenges persist. An example of this is the lack of inclusion of women in the selection committees. Thus, the glass ceiling still exists for female justices holding positions on the selection committees when choosing the highest judiciary placements. Women judges often encounter obstacles such as gender bias, workplace discrimination, and the lack of mentorship opportunities. These barriers can hinder their professional growth and limit their prospects for advancement within the judiciary. It is essential for us to address these challenges head-on, creating a supportive environment that allows women to thrive in their legal careers. First, mentorship and networking. Establishing dynamic mentorship programs which connect aspiring female judges with experienced women in the field is critical. Networking opportunities can foster relationships that offer guidance, support, and career advancement. Sadly, a negative aspect of large numbers of women in the lower justice system can lead to antagonism, petty jealousies, and thus hostility within their own gender. Second, professional development and training. Continuous education and training opportunities tailored for women in the judiciary will equip them with the necessary skills to navigate the complexities of the legal system and enhance their leadership capabilities. Third, promoting work-life balance. Recognizing the unique challenges faced by women, especially those juggling family responsibilities, is crucial. On completion of the National School of Judiciary, successful graduates are then selected dependent on their scores and personal preferences. In their chosen area, they are given the opportunity for practical experience and guidance from senior colleagues, thus leading to further advancement over the years. This progression is frequently disturbed due to personal commitments and relationships in the women's lives, marriage and family. Flexible work arrangements and family-friendly policies will empower women to excel both professionally and personally. In the lower judiciary positions, this is evident, where women colleagues are fortunate enough to be able to continue their professional life with a home work-based program. It is possible for them to spend more time working from home on preparation for cases, with fewer days spent in the courts. Fourth, advocacy and awareness. It is vital to raise awareness of the contributions of women judges and to advocate for equal opportunities in the leadership of the judiciary. By showcasing successful women within the legal profession, we can inspire the next generation of female legal leaders. Fifth, forming alliances. Collaborating with organizations that promote gender equality in the judiciary can provide invaluable resources and support in driving change within our legal systems. The prospects for women in the judiciary are promising, but they require our collective effort and commitment to create a harmonious and equitable environment. By investing in the development of women judges, we are not merely promoting gender equality. We are ensuring that justice is served through diverse perspectives and inclusive representation. In closing, let us reaffirm our commitment to empowering women in the judicial system, recognizing that a more diverse judiciary leads to a more just society. Together, we can pave the way for generations of women judges, ensuring their voices are heard, their role upgraded, and their contributions celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christopoulou. I think it's very important to understand that it's very important to ensure that the voices of women are heard, as you well said, and also they're all upgraded, and also that there's a more diverse judiciary that will bring us a step forward towards that direction. Thank you very much for that. In our company today, and the third lady in the flow, right next to me, is Miss Sofia Labru. We didn't get the chance to meet before that Yes. Miss Sofia Labropoulou, so right. And Mrs. Labropoulou is a professor at the National Technical University of Athens in the School of Applied Mathematical and Physical Sciences. She's recognized for expertise in mathematical sciences and her dedication to education and research. In addition to her academic role, Mrs. Labropoulou serves as the president of the National Technical University of Athens Committee for Gender Equality and Discrimination Prevention, where she advocates for gender equity and inclusivity within the university environment. Her leadership in this committee highlights her commitment to fostering a supportive and equitable academic community, promoting initiatives that address gender disparities in education and research. And by that, allow me, Mrs. Labropoulou, to ask you a question and just passing you the floor by asking you, is gender equity and inclusivity still an issue within the university environment, given that younger generations have become more adaptive to embracing diversity because they seem to be growing up with it? Thank you.
Thank you for this very honoring invitation, for giving me the opportunity to present some thoughts in front of this excellent audience. I will talk to you about the world of mathematics and mathematicians. So, how was the position of women, especially Greek women, and how it develops to nowadays? Of course, the main issue throughout the years is this career versus family issue. I remember 1990 or 91 in London, there was a great woman mathematician from the States, Dusa McDuff, the wife of John Milnor, the famous mathematician, who co-organized the first meeting in England, in Europe in generally, where only women were invited. I was invited speaker as a young researcher at the time, and that was the beginning of the Association European Women in Mathematics. So it was only so recent. In the States, they had done much more work on the issue in previous years, like with Elena Rudin, with Karen Uhlenbeck, and so on historical figures like Emmy Noether, who was a Hebrew, a Jewish mathematician in Germany who had to flee Germany during the Second World War, and who famous mathematician Hilbert wanted to give her a position. She was an amazing, I mean, there is a lot of algebra, Noetherian rings after her name, and Hilbert wanted to find a position for her, and the university council refused, so she was unpaid, and the argument was that she was only a woman, and Hilbert said that she's not asking for, we are not asking for a job for her in public baths. It is at the university that we want to employ her. So, so we have an awareness, a rising awareness throughout Europe about the position of women, especially versus family, and in the field of mathematics. Let me tell you that these societal discriminations that women, I mean, came from a root, of course, from ancient times, where women thinking differently, thinking more practically, thinking more like men, were considered cast outs because mathematics is a field really much more male-dominated than others. So I want to mention Ethra, who was the mother of Theseus in Trizina, who taught arithmetics, Themistoclea, a woman who taught Plato, and Theano Thuria, who taught number theory in Croton, the school of Pythagoras, and other women like Lasithia, who visited Plato's academy dressed in men's clothing. And then we arrive gradually to Hellenistic period in Alexandria, about 500 AD, where Hypatia, the famous Greek woman Hypatia, mathematician, the daughter of Theon, who was a mathematician and taught her mathematics, she made her own school, but made no family. And also she found tragic death by people, how to say, by a crowd, let's say, by infuriated crowd, based on realistic ideas, theological ideas. Anyhow, so then in recent years we have the first in 90-something, Foudoukli from Arsakion School. She was the first girl ever to register in University of Athens, the math school. And then we have in 1982, the first full professor, woman full professor, who was Susanna Papadopoulou in University of Crete. She did not make a family. Then we have, I would like to mention the example of my colleague at the Technical University, Christina Fili. She is a historian of mathematics, an amazing scholar. She, Christina, received like few years ago the medal Coiré from the French Academy of Arts and Sciences, and she's the first Greek person ever to have received this medal. It is a very high distinction. Christina also did not make a family. Then I would like to mention very proudly that in 2019, I received an email from an unknown woman to me from Berlin, who asked me if I was willing to accept to represent Greece in an exhibition, Women of Mathematics Throughout Europe, that was presented like with photography and interview. And this exhibition was started in 2016 in European Congress of Mathematics in Berlin, with portraits of one woman from each European country, 13 portraits to start with. And then the European Congress of Mathematics takes place every 4 years. So the next one was in Slovenia. And she asked me, and then they wanted to extend this exhibition, all this work with photography and interviewing, and they made a very nice book out of this. So they wanted to extend this exhibition to countries of Mediterranean shores. So they asked me if I agreed to represent Greece, and of course I agreed for this great honor. So it's not, okay, these are, let's say, highlights in my mind that I wanted to mention. Now, the situation with women in mathematics starts from undergraduate years, and the situation is very good. It's like 45 to 55%. It is very good. But then, when they continue with postgraduate studies, they continue with a master's, okay, but then for PhD, reading for PhD, it becomes much, much harder, much fewer continue. And then, not to mention how is the situation in academic jobs. So gradually they give up because they are more aware, they become gradually aware that they have to make a family. Therefore, they give up mathematics or their passion for research, let's say, or seeking an academic job, and they settle to any other, let's say, lower position so that they can handle at the same time having home and family. Then we have assistant professors, associate professors, full professors, and as we go up in rank, the percentage becomes tragically low. So we reach like maybe 7% And I think this is all over the world. It's not only in Greece. The situation is everywhere like that. A woman that we should mention also, but not from Greece, a famous mathematician, is Maria Mirzakhani, who was an Iranian woman who was the first person ever from Iran to receive the highest distinction in mathematics, the Fields Medal. So mathematicians do not receive a Nobel Prize because Nobel was very explicit in his
in its structure.
Διαθήκη. In his inheritance, στη διαθήκη. Yes. That no mathematician should ever receive Nobel Prize. I don't know. There are bad gossip about his wife and mathematician. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyhow, it is all in the sphere of gossip. Anyhow, so mathematicians receive the Fields Medal and they have to be below 45, whilst the Nobel Prize is any age, and they have to have done some extraordinary contribution in some field of mathematics. So this Maria Mirzakhani, she was 44 when she received the Fields Medal. And then some years later, she died of breast cancer. She had made a family in the States. And for honoring her, we have worldwide May 12. It is the day of women in mathematics all over the world. And just for honoring Maria Mirzakhani, it is her birth date. I think most has been heard. Most that was heard applies also for us. My path has not been so much different because if you have to strive from country to country, from place to place, from research visit to research visit, so it's really very difficult to also settle for a family. And if you do, then you have to remember that there were some strict rules about the roles in the family and so on. Of course, my children are the greatest project of my life. Nevertheless, I still have enormous passion. And just to give you one personal, let's say, from my experience, witnessing from my experience, is that I remember I had to, I could not travel. For many years, I could not travel abroad and go participate in conferences. But when I had a research visit, then I decided it was clear to me that I could not leave both children at home. It was impossible because of various issues at home. So when they were 4, I have twins, I took my son in the first trip abroad. Then next year I took my daughter in a trip abroad, and since then I took them alternatingly. And just as well, they have gained some good experience from staying abroad and being independent also while I do my research. So, and I think this is how it is more or less for all women, more or less. I would like to end with a positive remark. I noticed because since November 2021, we started the association Greek Women in Mathematics. We did not have it before. An ex-student of our department told me, why don't we do this? Why don't you go into as country representative in European Women of Mathematics? So I went in there. We started the Greek Women in Mathematics. So we have a very nice network with representatives in all math departments in Greece. And my experience, from what I have seen so far, talking to all these younger women, is that, first of all, young girls, students, even undergraduates, are very happy with this. I thought that all these issues have deceased, that they are not existing anymore in the younger generation. I see that women of like 40, the age of 40, they manage to balance better career and family. The reason it's not that they are more able, but it is because men are more aware that this is an equal participation. So, and we cannot have progress in one thing without, I mean, there is a balance. There has to be a balance. So this balance cannot, it has to be pushed from both sides in order to remain a balance. Exactly. Support, exactly. And then, but my big surprise is still that young girls are so thrilled and excited with participating in such kind of events. And the last thing I want to present you is, and of course we are there to be with them, let's say, and co-organize with them whatever they want. And the last thing I would like to mention is that last May, the whole month of May, even from March, we have a team of young students, the young minds, and I think they have teams in every university. So the National Technical University team of young minds organized for the whole month of May very nice lectures of women from various scientific areas, especially STEM areas, science, technology, education, and mathematics, and with eminent invited speakers and a whole meeting presenting women in careers and discussion about family and all these issues. So I'm very happy that this is vivid, that this comes in discussion, and it looks like the worst things are behind us in the area of mathematics, the very worst, extreme things are behind us. But, okay, there is the glass ceiling, of course, especially in leadership positions. Okay, we managed to become professors, some, but to talk about vice rectors, president of the Hellenic Mathematical Society. No, they don't even want to know us. I mean, they don't hint to Greek women mathematics. So there is still a lot to go for leadership positions, a long way still to go in that direction. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Labrapoulou, for taking the time to outline all these very important issues about how difficult it is for women to rise up that ladder of leadership, especially in academic positions. By the way, I'm actually counting 5 gentlemen here in this room as we speak, and I have to give them credit for being here today with us, including the mayor of Kassos, Mr. Michalis Rotokritos, who is here with us and honoring this day. It's quite important to have men in this room. It gives us added value, this conference today, because we are basically on the same front. We all have the same needs and values. So having you here today is very important for us. Thank you. It's very important. Oh, lovely, ladies. Thank you very much. You're here all today.
I've been told that they should speak from the podium because they cannot get there. No, after Rector Hilari, Sofia, Ella, είσαι η τελευταία. Γιατί κλείνεις. Πάντα είναι η τελευταία. Ναι, αλλά δεν αρχίζεις ακόμα, υπάρχει προπολογητέα.
It's okay. No. Okay, so, taking Ms. Kriari, hello, and welcome today.
Thank you.
In this very important conference. I'm very happy delighted that you're here. I have to say that Mrs. Ismini Kriari is a distinguished academic known for her contributions to social and political science. She served as Professor Emeritus at Pandio University of Social and Political Science in Greece, where she also held the position of rector. Mrs. Kriari's research interests include political theory, social policy, and gender studies, reflecting her commitment to exploring the complexities of social structures and governance. Throughout her career, she has published numerous articles and books, influencing both academic discourse and public policy. Her leadership at Pandya University was marked by a dedication to academic excellence and the promotion of interdisciplinary studies. Thank you for being with us today. I'm sure you have a lot to talk to us about where we are as women today in the academic field. Together with Ms. Moropoulou, I'm sure there's much more to learn.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Thank you very much, dear friend and colleague, Professor Tonia Moropoulou, for her invitation. I will take the thread from the point where it was left by the previous speaker, and I will give a few words about the women in the administration of the academia. So, if I may give you some of my comments and of my memories when I first met Professor Moropoulou, it was in 2011 when I was elected Vice Rector at Pandya University and when I went to the great conference of the Greek rectors and Vice Rectors. I saw Mrs. Moropoulou and I realized that the Vice Rectors were about 7 or 8 among 70 or 75. So that was really something that gave me a cold shiver because somehow I had imagined that in 2011 there would be more of us, but we were only 7, and what was actually painful was that the National and Kapodistrian University had just 7 gentlemen representing the university in all of the administration. There was no lady, so many lady doctors, so many ladies lawyers, and in literature and in every possible field, but there was no lady there. And this situation continued, and only 1 year ago, when the new rectorship was elected in Athens Kapodistrian University, now in 2003, 2 ladies vice rectors were elected. And after some years, when I was elected rector, it was in 2016, we were only 3 ladies rectors and 18 gentlemen rectors. So why does it happen? Why is it so difficult and why the numbers are actually somehow discouraging? When I was a candidate, good friends I went out for a drink or to dine or with whom I discussed academic matters and matters concerning the university, they were very positive. Women cannot be elected as rectors. So I said, why? They said, it is so. Women are not elected as rectors in Greece. Don't you look around you? What do you see? How many rectors do we have? We have only 2. There were excuses for these 2. She comes from a very old family. The other has a very influential husband. If you do not belong to these 2 categories, women do not get elected as rectors. But somehow, in the end, I got a bit stubborn, and I said, okay, I want to see if this hypothesis can be verified in a scientific way. So I give myself to science, and I want to find out if actually this axiom is valid, because I don't expect to get elected, but I want to see the reasons. So everybody approached me and told me, well, you know, we are so sympathetic to us, but you are not going to be elected. Why are you running? So I said, I give myself to science. I want to know the reasons and the exact number that I want to be elected. Well, somehow this convinced many people who would not be convinced in the traditional way, and I was elected after all. Just to find out that we were 3 ladies elected, and for 4 years it was only 3 of us, but there were more vice rectors. In 4 years, the number 7 had been actually developed to about 14, something like that, or 15, which is a huge progress. And now, in the last elections, I saw with pleasure and satisfaction that there are more ladies rectors, which is definitely as a kind of tangible progress. Why? I could venture to give some explanation. Our previous orator has already given the majority of the arguments why this happens. I should try to give you some ideas about 2 kinds of obstacles. The ones are inside the women's character. It is that inside and invisible obstacles which says that you have to do so many things. You have to be a mother, you have to be a wife, you have to be a good scientist, you have to be sometimes better than a man scientist. You have to prove each and every day that you are good, that you deserve that academic position. You have to be innovative. You have to know something that appears yesterday, you have to know it yesterday night. So if you have to do all these things, then why are you striving also to get an administrative position? After all, administrative positions are positions which do not matter in your academic career. So this is one of the obstacles, and the other obstacle is actually that there is this glass ceiling mentality that this is something that is very, very high and it is invincible. So you don't know how to break it. You don't know what you have to do. How can you prove that you have administrative qualification? How can you prove that you can lead? How can you prove that you have ideas? How can you prove that you can inspire? Things that are considered as given for men. Nobody questions if a man who is candidate can lead. Nobody says, well, he cannot lead. Nobody says, oh, how can he inspire? He cannot inspire. No, nobody says that. But for a woman who runs in an office, then she should prove that she can lead. She should prove that she can inspire. She should prove that she is better than men at the same position. So this is really something that the mathematical numbers and the clear and sometimes objective elements of research cannot touch. We know that they exist, we know that they are there, but we cannot measure them. We feel them, we perceive them, but we cannot measure them because they cannot be measured, because it is that kind of mentality which is installed in the men's minds, and this is for me the issue. The issue is not if women can get administrative positions, if women can be at the head of academic institutions. The issue is if men are ripe enough, if they are mature enough to accept that women can have administrative positions, that women can lead, that women can inspire, that women can have new ideas, and they are in position also to bring them to fulfillment. Something which is actually much more difficult because you have to be twice as good. You have to try to convince people who do not want to be convinced. I heard many times that when I ran for these offices that, okay, you are good, okay, some people know you, but you know, he and him and him, they are accepted. You are not accepted. So you have to struggle to be accepted, and it's not easy. So this is the situation here. It's getting better. Every year it's getting better. And we have many ladies now that are at the head of academic institutions. We have also ladies who are not only at the head of universities, but also at research institutions. For instance, in ECHE, our National Social Science Research Institution is led by a lady, and also in other authorities and in independent bodies, we have also ladies. And I am now heading president of the Greek Independent Authority for Human-Assisted Procreation, and there are also another lady who is head of the authority for the vaccines, and there are other ladies who are in other authorities. No, we are not actually 50-50, but we are about 1/3, 1/4, but we are there. And I hope that more ladies will come and that they might have a bit easier way. And I know that Professor Moropoulou, in her quality as not only as Vice Rector, but also in her quality as a professional in the field of chemical engineering, she has accomplished so many things in so many fields that I'm sure that she is a role model for the young students of the Polytechnic, that every young girl wishes to be able to do just a portion of her work in the old monuments, in the old churches, in the old architectural treasures, which she has accomplished. I know that these figures help us all to see that actually sky is the limit, sky that is a bit far away, but as the Latin says, per aspera ad astra, through small and difficult walks to the stars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Creati, for talking to us about this very important issue we have here about how very, and it's a common phenomenon actually that, you know, vice rectors, maybe they're underrepresented or they're very few in your field, and how difficult it is when, you know, you have to always prove yourself that you are better than a man who might be also less better than you, but you always have to be up to par for that. Having said that, and the last but not very valued guest in the flow is basically a very important person in our society. We have the honor to welcome Ms. Sofia Vultepsi, who is the Deputy Minister of Migration and Asylum in Greece. We all know that she plays a key role in shaping the country's immigration policies and managing asylum processes. With a background in law and public administration, she has been actively involved in addressing complex migration issues and enhancing the legal framework surrounding asylum seekers. Also, Ms. Vultepsi advocates for humane and effective migration policies, emphasizing the importance of integration and support for refugees. And her work focuses on balancing national interests with international obligations, ensuring that Greece meets its commitments to human rights and humanitarian assistance. And having said that, I think it's a very difficult task to be a woman in this role and having to balance, I guess, family and, you know, political life. It's not an easy task to do, but I think you have a lot to tell us about that. And also, being in the human rights field and being also part of that diversity that is so important in our country with all the migrants coming in. I'm sure you have met very important people, interesting people that have a lot to talk about having come here in this country and how they feel being so many years, and women as well, especially being here and trying to survive and make a better life for themselves. So I'm sure you have a lot to talk about.
Thank you, dear colleague. You know, the same is for journalism also. The last time I went to Bosnia, my children were 3 and 7 years old, and I brought them to my mother's house and said, the plane is leaving for Bosnia. And she said, no, where are you going now? This must finish. Now you have children. What am I going to do with these orphans? And I say, they are not orphans. Actually yet, but I'm here, I told her. And she was, you know, she was showing her the children saying, these orphans. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me, dear Tonia Moropoulou, who, okay, she's an important personality, who gave and continues to give fights for freedom, democracy, and equality. And of course, of whose action, Tonia's action, we're all proud. The theme that Tonia chose for this forum is to highlight the strength and the leading role of women in relation to the key issues of the economy and sustainable development. We are now in the third decade of 21st century, and despite significant achievements, we heard of some of them, research has shown that the women's issue is, in the first 20 years of this century, has remained at a standstill. And for women, stagnation means regression. The causes are many, but women would have overcome all stereotypes if we had succeeded in reconciling work and family life, which is still the issue. One of Verstat's latest surveys showed that in Greece, the care of children and relatives mainly concerns women. While we don't achieve the obvious, other research shows that women possess distinct intellectual and moral skills. Hardworking, they are communicative, insightful, passionate, less competitive, but more understanding and able to identify and solve problems. When they hold managerial positions or are active in the business world, they increase the profitability of the enterprises for which they are responsible. 25 years ago, when the great global financial crisis broke out, the phrase first heard was, if Lehman Brothers had been called Lehman Sisters, it would not have gone bankrupt. It was the phrase that became synonymous with female entrepreneurship, the contribution of women to the development of the economy, and the emergence of female skills in a field that even today is considered a male stronghold. A study by consulting firm McKinsey found that European companies with more women saw their average share value rise by 47%. It was also found that during the financial crisis, companies with female managers saw a smaller decline in stock markets. However, 25 years later, in our world, almost 3 billion women do not have equal professional opportunities with men. Equality has reached almost 100% in the education and health sectors, but the pay gap persists, and despite the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, violence against women remains a major problem. In 2019, we were told that globally it would take 150 years to achieve full employment equality between men and women. And at European level, 54 years, more than a half a century. Shocking, really, to have more graduates and fewer workers. In 2020, things changed to worse. We have been informed that in its annual report on equality in the World Economic Forum has recorded improvements in all areas except labor. And the 170 years became instantly 257. And to have a full equality overall in all areas, from 108 years, we have fallen just to 99.5. That is in 1 century. That is 1 century. And all this, even though, according to studies by all international organizations and the EU, world GDP would increase dramatically if women, with their great qualities, were able to show their skills in business. What are these virtues? Discipline, organization, social sensitivity, sense of duty, responsibility, hard work, creativity, inspiration, and especially the need to constantly bleed in the battle of the obvious and work double and triple to prove the obvious. Let me tell you here that the gifts of women were codified by Plutarchus, the greatest feminist of antiquity, in his work, Women of Virtue, which I must also tell you that in our country, Greece, remains his most unknown work. It is easy to understand why. According to Plutarch, feminine virtues are bravery, decency, solidarity between women, prudence, initiative, and government capacity. He ever made special reference to the power and influence that women's good conduct exerts on men. According to the research of the Athens University of Economics and Business, women business executives are not risky in making and executing decisions. They do not seek the satisfaction of the I, me. Through professional advancement, they have humanitarian criteria in their assessments, and they are characterized by understanding and willingness to compromise, the bridge different opinions. Despite progress in the proportion of women in senior management positions worldwide, growth is slowing internationally, pointing to persistent barriers and challenges that hinder women's advancement to senior management positions. This year, on International Women's Day, a series of surveys showed that more women hold high positions in business, but inequalities persist as men remain in leadership roles. In Greece, the share of women in senior management positions fell by 5 percentage points in 2024 to 32% compared to 32% compared to 37% the previous year. Overall, of course, since 2004, the relative percentage was increased by 10 percentage points. But we don't just fight in the business world. Our world continues to move forward without having all its engines on and without using the skills and abilities of all its human resources in all areas. A long road from darkness to light, a long journey that continues, has always been the struggle of women. My experience has been unique. I was fortunate and at the same time unfortunate to become the first female government representative spokesperson in my country. What happened and what accompanied this first is proof that this game is not played on equal terms. It turned out that the path of fierce political confrontation becomes even more painful and uphill depending on the gender to which the target of the attacks belongs. A man who reaches a high office is attacked, but these are political or at least related to some personal characteristics, but this is not the personal element that somebody makes focus. But a woman is an easy weak link, a target that can easily be mocked, ridiculed, commented on based on her dress, her style, height, and weight. And some people always make sure to find in them disadvantages that for men are not existent. She's very beautiful. She's very young. She's very smart. She's very old. She wears very high heels and other similar jokes. Does all this matter? I can assure you that no. Because those who choose this way of neutralizing their political opponent, this way of killing a woman in high office, do not consider something very simple. To get there, a woman has already gone through 40 waves, already fought and bled in other great battles before reaching the mother of the battles. I mean, when you decide to kill a woman, you must consider that in order for her to reach a stand in front of your target, she has previously run between bullets countless times and been saved. And the biggest women's battle is against distractions. As Simone de Beauvoir, the author of The Second Sex, which became the Bible of the women's movement, used to say, at any time of the day, the husband or the children may ask her for an explanation, some help, a service, and she is obliged to satisfy their wishes immediately. Beauvoir also gave the diagnosis. Women are obliged to expend so much energy and exhaust all their reserves of courage to free themselves from external distractions, constantly proving the obvious that they arrive exhausted from overexertion to the point where men are just beginning. In other words, the starting point between men and women is different. The great writer Virginia Woolf said, imagine if in Shakespeare's plays was an equally gifted baby girl. It would achieve nothing. She would stay at home, learn to cook, sew, have children. It is impossible to imagine that she would study the same as Shakespeare, that she would become an actress and playwright. Shakespeare would never exist. And Stendhal, that great feminist, even genius born in a woman's body is lost, every genius born in a woman's body is lost to humanity. There is, of course, good news. Women elsewhere, everywhere have attained top positions, presidents, chancellors, prime ministers, ministers in important ministries, presidents of parliaments, presidents of parties, presidents of major educational institutions, heads and representatives of international organizations, directors of historical newspapers, heads of secret services. Many countries dare to put women in charge of defense ministries, but also in charge institutions such as the Securities and Exchange Commissions. In a recent year, many countries have achieved absolute equality in their cabinets with the presence of an equal number of men and women. In Greece, too, we have made some progress. We are not in the same place where our grandmothers and even our mothers were. These advantages, however, are not worthy of the contribution of Greek women to the nation. We must understand, men and women, that we must not lose this battle, because Greek women have proven their abilities and skills. They have also proven their patriotism. Consider that Greek women took part in all the struggles of the nation, from the struggle of the rebirth to Macedonia's struggle, and the epic of 1940, without even having the right to vote. There is a story that I like to tell every time I talk about Greek women. As we know, women received the right to vote and stand as candidates in national elections in 1952. But they still did not vote because their names had not been entered on the electoral roll. They voted in the local by-election of Thessaloniki when the first Greek MP, Hellenic, was elected. Shortly afterwards, Greece acquired its first minister, Lina Tsalvari. There is also an interesting historical background there. The by-election in Thessaloniki was triggered on December 7, 1952, when an MP of the rally suddenly died of cardiac arrest. And the elections in which women were invited to take part for the first time were to fill this position in 1953. The way for the first female nomination had been cleared. And 5 women rushed to try their luck. Eleni Skoura, of the National Alarm, let's say, Virginia Zana, of EPEC, and the independents Meropi Vasilikou, Stavroula Kostopoulou, and Angeliki Tsakona. In other words, the 2 major parties, led by Papagos and Plastiras, decided to nominate 2 women as candidates, unique candidates, so they could not vote for somebody else. They basically decided that a woman wouldn't enter the parliament, that the world would be spoiled. And it broke down. The male establishment revolted. An important member of the government faction, named Aidonas, reacted first and declared that he would run with the rally. Marshal Papagos denounced him and expelled him. The same applies to the Greek center. There, another executive named Anogiannakis revolted. In turn, Plastiras denounced him telegraphically from America, where he was. Either the women or us was the common slogan of the men of the 2 factions who, for the first time, had decided to unite. They were killing themselves in the streets. and they were united as soon as one woman decided to get in the parliament. More than 20 years later, Virginia Tsuderu was elected MP in the first election after the fall of the dictatorship of the colonels. On the day of the inauguration, she arrived at the house and tried to enter the plenary chamber. But a policeman blocked her way. Wives and other relatives upstairs in the gallery, he told her. But I am an MP, Virginia replied. Please, ma'am, do not insist. Head to the gallery. The policeman replied urgently. But the men of her own party, they told her of Virginia, as she described in her work When the Walls Fall, treated her in a really not very successful way. You will decorate our group with your presence, they told her, while she did not want to decorate anything. She just wanted to bring down the walls. These walls that even today still rise in front of all women. Now, however, we have another mission, to bring the new glass ceiling, the one between very successful and recognized women and those who remain low, even though they are qualified. Together, we will continue the fight against the prejudices that keep women stuck in female positions, because the struggle of Greek women for liberation comes from far away. From the first Greek novelist, Alexandra Papadopoulou, who in 1887 published The Diary of the Ladies. Stavros Voutiras, very well-known writer, wrote about it. Leave aside progressive associations and protests and paradoxical principles and ideas about the emancipation of women. Go into the domestic economy, and there your attention is drawn to it. For the woman was born for the home, while the man was born for science and society. The struggle of Greek women for emancipation also comes from the conflict of Kalliroi Paren with the male establishment of her time, who she was attacked when she published the Ladies' newspaper. The newspaper of Paren was satirized by another writer, Emmanuel Roidis, and it resulted to a journalistic war between them. He ironically called her an apostle of women's emancipation in Greece, and she replied that the title of apostle of female emancipation is a noble title which Plato and Christ aspired to, among others. Arsinoi Papadopoulou, who clashed with the male establishment of the time, who in 1896 dared to publish her short stories only to receive harsh criticism, again from Roidis, who wrote that a woman thinking and writing as a man violates her gender, becomes a male woman. I will finish with another story, personal this time. In May 2014, my son Giannis, now a lawyer, seeing that because of my duties as a parliamentary spokeswoman, I was constantly going back and forth a mommy promise, appeared with a page from my notebook. Above and above the brand New Democracy, parliamentary spokesperson. Underneath, Giannis had written, I, the bearer of the above title, Sofia Vultepsi, declare responsibly and with free will that by June 21, 2014, I will have responded, and he wanted something. To get rid of him, I signed, and he stuck my statement on the fridge. In the meaning, however, the reshuffle took place. I became a minister and became government spokesperson, the first female spokesperson, with all the consequences of this that you will all remember. The note stayed there, and the deadline passed without action. No one paid attention to the note on the fridge anymore. I would leave at dawn and return after midnight. One evening, passing in front of the refrigerator, I stood still. Something had been added to my old, faded statement. Yanis had added the phrase, Mrs. Vultepsi invoked an unexpected change of circumstances. Sorry, and in brackets, the reference to the Article 388 of the Civil Code. It was one of the rare times I was pardoned. You know, a lot of people think that women like us don't have a problem. Let me inform you that we have normal spouses and normal children, so understand. For symbolic reasons, that note has been kept between our, let's say, heirloom. To my family, relatives, and friends, who even today, 10 years after the first time government spokesperson, they ask me, how did you endure? I answer, on a personal level, because there are all of you. To a politician, because in every difficulty in my mind always comes the famous phrase of Margaret Thatcher, who, although an Iron lady, was often in the crosshairs of criticism because of her gender. Margaret Thatcher said, and on Thames, even if you see me walking on the Thames, you will accuse me of not knowing how to swim. Dear friends, now we have another battle to fight. I told you before, it's the fight of breaking this new glass ceiling. And we have to do it. It is the mission of women who have reached at this point to help other women, to fight together with other women. That is to become the role models that will inspire the next generations of women and help them follow in their footsteps. And this struggle, in my opinion, is at the basis of the idea of Tonia Moropoulou and her collaborators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vultepsi. It always brings me to think that we all have a male member in our family who is intelligent, witful, and maybe not be sticking messages on a fridge, but still, has a lot of personality and a lot of value for women, because we have to realize that even a lot of men, they do come from the same wound, which is a female wound, before they actually grow up and become men themselves. Having said that, I would be delighted to pass you the flow for questions, and I will be even more delighted to have the male population here in this room asking questions, if possible. Thank you. Okay, no one wants to talk about, okay, who would like to ask any questions about what our fellow speakers spoke about today? No? Everything was clear, precise. They all agreed. Yes, okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I need just to wrap up before we actually end this wonderful conference about how important it is for equality between the two, let's say, the two genders. It's also important to, I always remember this book, Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus, and I always tend to wonder how true that is. However, we are different species, but we are very similar in so many different ways. From all the things that our fellow speakers spoke about. I will stick to some points which really stuck in me. Mrs. Bafataki, for example, said that the balancing of career and family is a societal challenge and that women require adaptive strategies with flexible policies. Maybe that's a solution to becoming more, seen and heard. And also, I remember you saying that countries with maternity and paternity policies are key in providing women with leadership roles. I will stick to what Mrs. Ismini Chrysikopoulou said, that by investing in the development of women judges, we are not merely promoting gender equality, we are ensuring that justice is served through diverse perspectives and inclusive representation. And what is very important is also what Mrs. Sofia Labropoulou said, that it's very difficult once women think differently, because when they think differently, they are more or less outcast. We've seen that in different periods of history, and we also see that when they go into their postgraduate degrees and PhD, they find obstacles become harder in academic posts, yet it's a challenge when you're traveling and you're a parent and becomes more difficult. However, we still struggle and we still aim for becoming better, no matter what that difficulty is, okay? And that's the road. It's hard, but it's worthwhile going through that road. Mrs. Mini Kriari, vice rectors were only 7 women, am I right? Is that what you just said? And how difficult it is for women to be elected as rectors? Women are always called to prove that they're capable and able to perform tasks even when they are better, and sometimes you have to be twice as good to convince people who do not want to be convinced. That is a very key point to remember when we are struggling to prove that we can do the job better. And what can I say about Ms. Vultepsi? I will always keep that message on the fridge in my head, remembering that even, if your son is such a clever man and has actually, I don't know that particular penal code there or that code in the law, but I think that, is a very nice internal conversation that you might be having also not then, but years after that, talking about, how, communication can be done in so many different ways, and that's your inner code there. So I will keep that. Thank you very much for being here today. I hope you had fun. Did you? Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Moropoulou, for giving me the opportunity to present this conference. Thank you.
Professor Moropoulou, thank you very much for the invitation.
Now, I will probably take advantage of my position here as moderator of the conference. I would like to say, first of all, big thank you to all of you. You have been really inspiring. My concern, though, is that when we talk about the position of women inside the society on breaking the glass ceiling, I would probably be more happy if we would not be discussing about this topic at all, because that would become a reality. So there would be no reason to talk about reaching that goal, because the goal itself needs to be realized in its own self. It doesn't need to be discussed in getting there. So, Professor Moropoulou, you've actually went through many different stages in your life, in your career, as many of you have done. But the point is, where do you draw the line? Why does it need to be, as Minister Sofia Vultepsi said, why does it need to be a red thin line between men and women when they go into the parliament? Greece, for example, is in an advantageous position as compared to other countries. We live in a democracy, so women do actually take advantage of their position to some extent, not to the full extent. But think about some other countries, like African countries, some Asian countries. Where's the position of women there? So I think this is a change of mentality that we need to bear in mind, rather than just talk about it. And unfortunately, I can only see only a few men here. I would prefer to see all these auditorium full of men rather than women. That would be that would actually make a big difference. At least this is my personal impression. So, having said that, I would like to thank all of you. Professor Moropoulou will now be presenting some closing remarks. And then that will be the end of the two-day conference, the Women's Economic Forum, which actually took place in Athens for the very first time. So, Professor.
Mrs. Minister, dear colleagues, we are coming to an end of 2 days of discussion, which was transmitted to the world, and I hope to the national attendees as well. There were 433 registrations at this conference, even though partially attended the various sessions. They're checked in the 167, and the first day and the second 102. We had 56 speakers in the panels and 8 moderators. And it seems that apart from the quantitative aspect, that this conference shaked the waters. It was the first WEF, Women Economic Forum, GR, that means International Effort Performed in Greece, that took place in our country. And it is really very important that we are shaping this effort, we all of us, because this was a collective effort. The WICCI, the women of India and Greece, entrepreneurs and cultural organization took this initiative because the Indian founders of WEF, and thank you, Mrs. Gupta, you are here, on their behalf, were the one to initiate this effort globally. And because Mrs. Sofianou, the president emeritus of WICCI, had the courage to go through this effort with us at the first day we met at the Technical Chamber of Greece, and we said to her, go on, we will implement any joint decision. But the reason that we are here was not this occurrence. The reason was that in Greece, as very well my friend Sofia Vultepsi expressed it, there is a great gap to pay between women and men, especially on the level of leadership roles. And that's the problem. And it's not by chance that this problem, we have a conscience of this problem. Who? Especially the women that we are in leadership. And thank you very much, Sophia, for this notification. It's very important that we are not speaking because we are out from the advantageous people in this society. It is because we have the conscience that this reality is not a reality for all the women. Speaking loudly because they don't have the opportunities, they don't have the chances to go on by expressing their capabilities for leadership. However, that's the first reason that this is the first WEF in Greece. The second reason is that today women are becoming a power at joining innovation and technology that are addressing the climate crisis of the world, poverty, and endangering peace. This is a fact. It is not by chance that the Greek Prime Minister was represented here by the Deputy Minister of Innovation within the Ministry of Development, Mrs. Zoirapti, and that she presented initiatives about innovation and women. It is not only a strategic conception. It is not only a political necessity. It is a fact. This fact was made understandable through all these sessions of the 7 panels that took place within this conference. And I will try to assess and evaluate what happened within this, the panels that we organized. Women entrepreneurs and initiatives for sustainable development. The first panel, we were writing in order to give our concept where to go with the discussion. Women entrepreneurs play a vital role in promoting sustainable development by leveraging innovative approaches and creating businesses that prioritize environmental and social responsibility. Their initiatives often address pressing global challenges, from climate change to poverty alleviation, demonstrating the potential of women-led ventures to drive sustainable economic growth and create lasting community impact. All the important speakers, may I have your program, please? Thank you. All the important speakers that participated really fitted in this concept, and they developed it, and they gave their own opinions and perspectives. In the first panel, we had as keynote speaker Sofia Kounenaki Efremoglu, the president of the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It was, the panel was moderated by Maria Nicolciu, the journalist, while the whole conference was moderated by Yannis Moutsios. And thank you, Yannis, you were every moment here. The panelists were Efi Tritopoulou, president of the Greek Women's Engineering Association, EDEM, within the Technical Chamber of Greece. Glikeria Sciouti, president of Public Law and Environmental Law, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, co-founder and managing partner of Flogaitis law firm. Athina Hadjipetru, former CEO of Hellenic Development Bank. Eugenia Giannini, associate professor at National Technical University of Athens. Irene Notias, founder and director, Project Connect. And Laurie McNeil, international media marketing and branding expert. They actually presented a paradox, which I will note. The paradox that, on the one hand, women are prevailing in low-tech firms, and they don't have interest in making profit. On the other hand, and this is contradicting, that women are leading high-tech firms with environmental aims, mainly, but not only, complying with digital and green transition. And they are, as Sofia Vultepsi noticed as well, making profitable, more and more profitable, these firms. That means that we have a diversified profile of women leading entrepreneurial sector. Diversified profile, for profit or for non-profit, for high-tech or for low-tech. Women are there, and they are changing dramatically the pattern of entrepreneurship. In the second panel was dealing with education and training, empowering and preparing women for leadership roles. Education and training are, and that was the context of the discussion, are crucial for empowering women and equipping them with the skills necessary for leadership roles. By fostering both personal and professional development, educational programs can help women break through barriers, build confidence, and cultivate the competencies required to excel in leadership positions across various sectors, ultimately contributing to greater gender equality and diverse perspectives in decision-making processes. All the distinguished speakers here, starting with Ioanna Litrivi, the Deputy Minister for Education, who actually invited us to enrich with women participation the opening of the educational system to society. After this, all the speakers in a panel moderated by Zefi Dimadama, professor and journalist of political science and journalist. She was a former Secretary General for gender equality, I think, as well. However, the panelists, Maria Cucellini, I won't read again all the titles, I will say a few words. She is the president of the Quality Assurance and Accreditation of Higher Education in Cyprus. Maria Tsakiri, the Dean of Serving Engineering School at the National Technical University of Athens. Christiana Pyrasmaki, who is an educator and Vice President of the EcoCity Board. Dimitra Tsourmakliotou, who is the President of the Board of Directors at Iraklion International Airport. Stella Kokolis, teacher of high school and college, founder and co-founder of many Greek American associations. Silvana Chrysakopoulou, Associate Professor, University of Ioannina. Magdalini Krokida, National Technical University of Athens, Professor and member of the Board of Lifelong Lasting Education. And Tonia Arachova, representative of the Greek Ministry of Education concerning the European Commission Group for Cultural Heritage Data Common Space. All these important speakers actually rationalized the need for an educational system that will not reproduce the stereotypes of a man-dominated society and education system. And they actually documented the fact. Also, the former rector of Pantheon University, my friend Ismini Kriari, presented this, that a very few women are breaking the glass ceiling, which is actually keeping women aside from handling in their hands the strategies of universities. And this is not very easy to be admitted. It's not very easy because that seems that even though scientists is having a rationale, what we say in Greece, orthos logos, in this case, it is the power of power that is dominating. And that we didn't break this off. That means exclusion and discrimination are still domaining, even at the higher education. Of course, we had very happy exams, like the one from the Eco City for non-formal education of mass of students and civilians towards environmental concerns. And that is where freedom goes with education and knowledge. However, I'm keeping these two facts as our response to Ioanna Litrivi for an open educational system to society. Is it open? It depends on women as well. The third panel, Women for Health and Social Care. We were writing, women have long been at the forefront of health and social care, driving improvements in community, well-being, and access to essential services. Through their compassionate leadership and expertise, women contribute significantly to health systems, promoting holistic care, preventive measures, and addressing social determinants of health. Their involvement is crucial for advancing health equity and shaping effective health policies that prioritize diverse community needs. And it was actually in this direction that the speakers developed their own views. Anna Battistatou, the rector of the University of Ioannina and professor at the medical school, has set on the table her opinion that women are actually serving the needs for exercising at a holistic level the medical profession. And at the same time, she was speaking of enea υγεία. That means a unified or integrated health, integrated with environment, to be in harmony with environment, which is an absolutely new concept. And all the important speakers, Penelope Manoussou, from professor at Imperial College, Theodora Psaltopoulou, professor at UA, Amanda Psiri, professor at UA, and at the same time, chair of the European Society of Medical Oncology. Konstantina Nikita, professor of artificial intelligence at the National Technical University of Athens, and Vicky Klimi, co-founder and CEO of Grandmama. They developed, through their opinions, major issues. major issues concerning the need to break barriers, like, for instance, they pinpointed out the need that documentation of health data has to register male-female data in different classification, because if not, the artificial intelligent elaboration of the big data of the national health system is leading to fake conclusions and fake diagnostics. This is a major danger. It's not only discrimination, it is endangering the functions of the health system. And another issue, very important, that a gynecologist should be something more than 20% accounting for women medical functionaries. It should be more, so as to be in compatibility with women, their feelings and their needs. And not only that, but a very important issue, the help at home, first level help, as was clear from the grandmama example, it is requiring in massive operations of education of nurseries to include women. The fourth panel, shipping towards energy and technology transformation. We were writing, the shipping industry is undergoing a significant transformation driven by the need for energy efficiency and technological advancement. By adapting innovative practices, alternative fuels, and digital solutions, the sector can reduce its carbon footprint and enhance operational efficiency. This transition not only addresses environmental concerns, but also positions the industry as a key player in the global movement towards sustainable and responsible trade practices under the leadership of women, I should add, because we didn't write this. And the truth is that the shipping sector in Greece is playing, concerning the ship owners, a prevailing role in the world. We are the first, in the first row. And this first row is representing ship builders by women. They are the presidents and the representatives of την Ελληνική Ένωση Εφοπλιστών, the Greek Association of Shipbuilders all around the globe. However, in this panel, the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, Mrs. Alexandra Sdoukou, presented the strategical plan of Greek government to green the marine fleet of Greek trade around the globe. It was planned that the moderator would be the journalist Antonis Karagiannakis, since he was with COVID at home. I was obliged to moderate this panel as a panel, let's say, of technocratic, but finally not only character. The important speakers, Feis Elimi Kremlis from United Nations Environmental Commission on Environment, Liana Guta, Director General of Fuels Europe and Concave, Dora Tsiourva from the National Technical University of Athens, the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Mechanical Engineering, and at the same time member of the International Ship Structure Committee. Aphrodite Xidi, Executive Director of DEON Policy Institute. Styliani Risaki, President and Chief Executive Officer of Megatechnica SA, a shipyard in Attica. And Vasilis Vasiliadis, Naval Engineer at the NTUA, President of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Shipyards and Arsenal, traditional shipyards. They presented the case that greening shipping by inserting green fuels in their operations requires as well the restructure of the mechanical establishment of the shipping in order to perform with the new fuels. And at the same time, this is leading to new naval plans design. That means to optimize the way that these shipping vessels are floating in the oceans. That means an overall transformation. And in this transformation, the marine industry has to play a crucial role. So we were astonished when we understood through the fact that a shipyard owner like Mrs. Risaki was saying, we cannot survive. We could not be viable because there are financing obstacles. There is a replenishment of funds, and there is no way to keep up with our Greek identity. The same importance had the call by the president of the traditional shipyards to save traditional shipyards. And the fact that he entrusted this call to WEF, and he exerted this from Athens, he conveyed it to the world, was an important fact that saying the sensibility of women could support this call, because the 300 traditional shipyards that were proved to be resilient for the 200 years they operated in the Greek area are today arriving due to licensing problems, short-term and high prices contracts are arriving to become 60 to 70. And at this time, most of the traditional shipyards at the frontiers with Turkey are closing in all of our islands. That means this call has a critical meaning for all of us. And we, at least I was proud to have been entrusted in this call from the WEF. Panel discussion 5, cultural assets and alternative tourism for sustainability. That was the first panel of today. We were writing, cultural assets and alternative tourism offer unique opportunities to promote sustainability while preserving heritage and fostering local economies. By focusing on authentic experiences, responsible travel practices, and community engagement, since the revealing of cultural heritage and alternative tourism can help mitigate environmental impacts and support cultural preservation, creating a more equitable and enriching travel experience for visitors and host communities alike. Minister Olga Kefalogianni, the Minister of Tourism, gave her message from WEF that Greece is having the vision and is planning to implementing this vision towards alternative tourism, empowering not only women, but environmental and cultural resources as the basis for local and sustainable development. After this, the important panel, which was moderated by journalist Konstantinos Deriziotis, was presenting many aspects of this sphere of interest, with Liminaidis, former Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of World Heritage Cities from Rhodes, with Eleni Maistru, Professor Emeritus at NTUA, President of the Council for Architectural Heritage of ELET, Amalia Androulidaki, Director General concerning Museums and Restoration of Monuments at the Ministry of Culture, Konstantina Svinou, President of the Institute for Tourism Research and Forecasts, Emanuela Moussama, Experience and Communication Director at Antonis Moussamas SA and founder of the Dyname Aspis Against Violence, and with my participation as well. In this panel, it was each one complementary to the other. And we all described how, by revealing cultural and environmental resources, there could be developed alternative tourism products and could serve for sustainable local development. That was an issue that goes 40 years back, when the concept for sustainable development was presented and was approved by international organizations, UN, UNESCO, OECD, EU. But it is today, after 40 and more years, that all these aspects are being implemented. And the reason is climate crisis and over-tourism. In the sixth panel, Innovation for Green and Digital Transition. Innovation is essential for achieving a successful green and digital transition. Women in science and engineering have embraced cutting-edge technology and sustainable practices in business and communities to foster resilience, to reduce environmental impact, and to enhance holistic approaches. This transformative journey not only tackles climate change, but also aligns with the digital era and fosters economic growth and sustainable development through renewable energy initiatives and sustainable digital solutions. In this panel, where Alexia Tassouli, journalist, was acting as moderator, Phoebe Koundouri was the keynote speaker. She is a professor at the Economic University of Athens, but at the same time, she is a member and was representing all the UN plans and strategies for AERIA. That means for environment and economical aspects of the global euphoria, which is serving for sustainability, the UN. After a very exhaustive presentation, all the important panel made some complementary positions to this. Maria Loizidou from the National Technical University of Athens about the circular economy and how to manage sewage waste, solid waste, and others in a way that we would improve not only environmental protection, but circular economy to come to really to real decarbonation. Margarita Karavasili from the EcoCity, member of the Board of Directors and previous Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment, discussed about circular economy in the built environment and the cities. And Betty Haralambopoulou, CEO and Director of the European Association of Remote Census Companies, as well as member of the UN for the geoinformatics, combating with climate crisis, presented her experience from the point of view of geoinformatics and how space technologies are equipping the globe with tools to monitor the level of damage after the climate crisis in order to prevent it. And the Klios Gouropoulou, professor at the University of Western Attica, presented the case of informatics. And she claimed that there has to be a twin transition simultaneously, digital and green transition, because digital doesn't go without green direction, and green direction requires digital transformation. At the same time, highlighting the intensity that develops contradictions between these two processes and suggesting how to couple with that. And Dominique, I don't recall her name, she's a CEO of a company of technology who is dealing with green and digital transition, sorry to say. Dominique Delporte-Vermeiren, art curator at South France. She presented her case as a case study, exerting how this twin transformation could go on. I could say that all these three panels, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, are not panels dealing with women, are panels dealing with what I said in the beginning, that innovation and technology are required, and they are transforming the world today on various spheres of reality in order to tackle climate crisis. The important is that women are acting in the first roles in all these directions. Not only the women we invited, but the women actually. And this is measured because even though that women are no more than 38% today in these scientific branches like environment, for instance, even though so, they are most dynamic because they are having capabilities like to adapt in changing environments under risk. They have creativity. They have understanding, because compassion means understanding of human resources and of public conceivement. And they have the capability to lead these transactions. That was proven. So I was really very happy when we came to the seventh panel, the panel that is here with us today, which was moderated by Mrs. Balzaki, and thank you very much for the interesting, your interesting speech and very nice English. I dare to speak in front of you. I don't mind if I mistake. So here, Sofia Zacharaki, the Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs, presented her case that we don't need to save women. We need to save society through promoting women. And she actually explained through the measures of her ministry how to do so. I won't repeat the distinguished panelists here, but I will say that for me, it was a happy moment that you actually concluded with all what you said. My friend Vicky Bafataki presented the scenarios to the cinephiles with this historic phrase that you cannot speak on my behalf. I'm doing and I'm speaking. Sisi, who is a very important lady, Vice President of the Hellenic Council of State, said, we are not here for women, but because women can infer to justice and can restore justice. That was great to me. Then Sofia Lambropoulou from National Technical University of Athens and the related committee with gender equity explained to us how difficult it is for a woman to perform as you presented, and I don't need to read again what is the context of the panel discussion 7, to balance career with family. And that apart from this, it is very difficult to go on because the obstacles are intrinsic and extrinsic, and that's a great problem. Of course, the former rector of Pantheon University, and yet very active everywhere, my friend Ismini Kriari, she gave us some hopes, but even these hopes are not diminishing exclusion, discrimination, and depreciation that women are facing acting in public spaces like the public universities. They defend first, but they are discriminated. And of course, Sofia Vultepsi added a new dimension. And this dimension is important. Of course, she submitted this dimension to a general struggle, but it's a great dimension that women with conscious approach to the women affairs, women that had succeeded in getting leadership positions, have to struggle more for other women to become in their posts as well, and to broaden this power structure from the old stereotypes to a new direction. And she gave name to this new direction. This is the political name with which you will permit me to close these concluding remarks. This is freedom, democracy, and equality. So with this, I would like to express my gratitude, first of all, to the team of co-organizers, the steering committee, the International Steering Committee of WICCI, expressed by Katerini Sofianou, Aurora, and chaired by Fofi Dimopoulou, and all our co-workers, and you were succeeding to organize this conference. Thank you very much. The International Advisory Committee, or Scientific Committee, which is comprised of national and international figures, I do thank all of them very much, and all the distinguished speakers that accepted to give their own presence to the featuring this conference. And of course, the honorary committee, my friend Yannis Chrysoulakis, he's exhausted. He's not here, but he's a pillar, believe me. So the honorary committee, which supported all the international extroversy, especially to many entities that were named, and they gave this international character, apart from the speakers, to this conference. Of course, I want to thank all the sponsors, the co-organizers, Technical Chamber of Greece, all the international, Greek international entities that supported this organization. And thank you very much once again, Yannis Moutsios, for your inspired moderation. And thank you all of you for being here. We opened a chapter. This has to be repeated, but in a way that it will be meaningful. Not tomorrow morning. We won't be bored, even among us, by speaking for women. We have to act. We have some basic positions and basic directions today, not only us, and the power structure and all the structures. We will see, and we will come back. Thank you very much.
Now, before we conclude this really interesting two-day conference, I would just like to invite Ms. Jelena Dimopoulou, the WEF Steering Committee and WICCI GR alternate member, to present these awards and the memorabilia, starting with you, Katerina, and then all of the ladies that will actually take place here. Οπότε, one at a time. Yeah. Όχι, όχι. Είναι φωτογραφία εκεί. May I have your attention, please? I would personally like to thank all of you for making me part of this, but I would personally like to thank Evangelia Samuili and Fofi Dimopoulou, with whom I have worked really closely for realizing this event, as well as the whole steering committee, and Ms. Sofianou for giving us the initiative, making this a reality. So we hope to see you again whenever this happens. And we just hope to be more the next time and make things, become reality rather than just theory. So thank you very much. So if you just like to take a family photo first.